Hey, how's it going out there, everybody? Tiber Z, can a boon be given to the DM too? Yeah, a boon can be given to the DM if you want. I don't have a marker that I'm doing for the DM in the same way because the DM doesn't roll a die in the same way in this with those boons. But what they can do is turn a boon into a hard move in the PBTA context. So if I have one, I'll let you know. I should probably put some kind of marker in there. I might change the spell circle down here to a different color or something to mark that next time. I hadn't really thought of that. It's a good idea though. This is the first session, so there's going to be a few issues like that, a few like growing pains. But let's just go ahead and get into it. So, well met, I'm Cynical, and welcome to my channel. This all around me here now is Hunt, which is an action horror campaign set in an alternate 2002 of our creation that's inhabited by ancient horrors and legendary creatures. We're using the Monster of the Week system with a whole bunch of other weird stuff mixed in because PBTA is like that. It's a big family. We're all a bit new to PBTA, and like as I said, we're using a variety of playbooks here from Monster of the Week. So if you see something you don't recognize, that's probably why, and heck, maybe you can help us out with something, but it's not a very complicated system, so I think we'll be fine. And on that note, because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be focusing on the game, as always. And so if you don't get a response right away in chat, just know that we really appreciate you being here to take part in Hunt and all of the other campaigns that we play here with CoFH RPG, which is what I'm going to talk about next. So just keep in mind, everybody's welcome. Just keep it civil in chat. So, CoFH RPG, well, here, these are my friends, and together we are CoFH RPG. We play on this channel. We're a group of people that have been playing in connected worlds together for decades. There's not a lot more to be said about that. We streamed one campaign already, which was pretty cool. We've played others and recorded others, but that was the first one we streamed. That was really fun. Ancient horrors like those from Lovecraft. You bet, baby. You bet. There's definitely going to be a lot of ancient horrors and stuff in this campaign. We'll see how far they get and how everything works out. But as I was saying, these are my friends, and together we're CoFH RPG. So let's go ahead and take a moment to introduce them. I need to take a drink, though, first. Ghosts, aliens, etc. Absolutely. So, interestingly, he played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit die ghouls. They always solve my puzzles. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, and then give us like a very, very brief. Don't go into the histories and stuff. I don't, because we'll show, not tell, a bunch of that. But give us like a real brief rundown description of your character. And also, before you talk, actually, you'll notice you have a boon. At the end of the last session of Chronicle, some of our viewers purchased boons for some of our players that they didn't get to spend. Gideon here doesn't have one because his player society did get a boon and he spent it. But you'll notice that Jaeger, Lester, and Jane or Jinx, we'll get to that, all have boons to use. So, Venom, tell us a bit about yourself and Jinx over there.
Hey everybody, yeah, I'm Lord Venom 1. Very excited to be here. This is really my only social media, so you can find me here every Saturday. I'm really looking forward to this system. Have not had the pleasure of playing one of these Powered by the Apocalypse systems yet, but I have sort of listened to some podcasts and really excited. I think it's going to be really fun and a good fit for our group. So with that in mind, I'm going to be playing Jane Meyer, who has the nickname of Jinx. She's a little bit older than the rest of the party. She is, in short, kind of a modern witch. She grew up doing a little, kind of fake teenage angsty witchcraft stuff. Went to college in Washington D.C. for political science, and during that time it went from kind of this childhood fascination to a real thing, and she is basically a witch, and you'll find her doing lots of hopefully weird and interesting things.
Awesome. All right. I think it's a good introduction to Jane. And Are you going to be primarily going by Jane or Jinx?
I think Jane most of the time, and then um, in this circle, like in this group, and things related to the Bohemian Circle, which we'll obviously talk about, then that could be Jinx. But in
Okay.
public, to everyone else will be Jane.
All right, that sounds cool. So, following that, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove their father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. My good friend and fellow member of Screen Room, and a streamer in his own right, MacCow234. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, and then just a very brief rundown on Lester.
Yeah, so Macau.
Keep the history to a minimum.
Yeah, we do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays, here on Twitch/Screen Room. Come hang out, watch Star Trek and movies with us. It's a lot of fun. I occasionally stream on my stream as well. You can catch me there sometimes. There's no schedule. Sometimes I'm there. So, what to really
like
say
that.
about
Sometimes
Lester?
I'm there.
Yeah, and if I'm there, watch. It's fun, but a lot of times I'm not. I don't have a cat either. Aw. Okay, sorry.
Oh,
Got
look at the
distracted by
kitty.
cats.
It's very cute.
So Lester, what to really say?
Is it low?
Volume
Speak up, Mecco.
is low. I can speak up.
They're all on one volume slider for me, so there's not a lot I can do about his volume being lower, unfortunately.
I guess it kind of works too. Lester is pretty in the shadows. But
I turned you up a little bit.
That's true too. So I'm I guess doing a Flake character. Lester's kind of a conspiracy theorist. Trying not to really give a lot away. I grew up in Alabama and moved out to Hushwood in my early teens.
You don't have to tell us our history. You can just tell us about his personality and stuff. It's fine.
That's kind of where I've been living there, and just kind of keep to myself and keep on the internet, on the IRC chat rooms and some message boards and some bulletin boards, and just kind of chilling. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Don't want to say too much about him.
All right. We'll move on from there then. They've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifist space surgeon obsessed with an old TV series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character he played was somebody else's. It's Society Streams. Also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer himself. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and just the briefest about Gideon.
What's up, everyone?
J5.
Society. J5, what's happening? What's going on? Yeah, I'm Society. Probably know me from other things that we've done here. It's been over a year now that we've been doing shit, I feel like, so got a little bit of a history. But I'm playing Gideon Smoot. He's a member of the LDS, and pretty happy to be here. I have never played the system. I'm really excited to get a chance to. I think, like Venom said, it'll really suit our playstyle. So it's gonna be fun. I think you're gonna really enjoy Gideon. Put a lot of work into him. I think he's a really funny character, but also gonna be a very, very cool character to watch. So, yeah, look forward to the things that Gideon gets into.
Awesome. All right. Well, next up, They've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for eternity, an alien merchant engineer with an incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner, one of my oldest friends and a moderator for this channel and the entire Screen Room community, and CoFH RPG people in general, Psycho Cough. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, and again, just a real brief thing about Jaeger.
Hi there, guys. I'm Psycho. I'm mostly a gamer, mostly video games, but I do GM a first edition Pathfinder game on Wednesdays, which is why I'm usually not there for Screen Room. Although sometimes I end up catching the last half of a movie, which is fun. As for Jaeger, though...
It's long enough.
He's this bright and happy guy. Real friendly. He was born and raised in Nebraska, so if you know anyone from there, they're always polite and happy, friendly people. But he comes from a family of German monster hunters.
He's first generation American, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, his mother and father are both from Germany, but he was born in the U.S.
Has a lot of ties to the family history and stuff.
Yes, and he is now in charge of their family business as tailors.
Awesome. We'll just leave it there for him. And finally, never got to do an intro for him in Sojourn. That was a long time ago. In Chronicle, always do that. It's crazy. But now I get to do one, so that's really neat. He's been a caravan trader who rebuilt a cultural identity by providing them a new home, a briefly lived shotgun-wielding former pirate that he never played, and a holy man that killed his brother, another old friend, Hemdall. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, and just, again, a real brief thing about your character. Don't give away too much.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hemdall. Pretty sad that I missed the Chronicle, but I played with the group before. Happy to play with them again now. And I'll be playing Michael Ward. He's a vagrant who's settled in Hushwood for the last few while, and since joining this group, he tends to end up more as the muscle.
Right on. That's probably a good way to leave it. I feel like people will figure out eventually why that is the case. So I think now, for the first time, and this is pretty neat, it's time for us to get into this week's episode of Hunt. Episode 1, The Legends Are Real.
The legends are real. Most live comfortably behind the veil. For some, the veil is pierced, and the truth of this world is discovered. Usually that discovery is swiftly followed by a painful death. There are a few, though, with enough luck, wits, determination, or pain that they manage to survive. Faced with the grim truth of this world, some of those that have pierced the veil and lived have chosen to fight back, leading strange lives on the edge of darkness, choosing to stare down the truth of this world and not flinch. This is their calling. This is the hunt.
All right, we're back. J5, I'm glad you like it, bud. Sec, let me pull this back up. There we go. So, welcome to Hunt, everybody. That was fun. From here on out, we'll be observing the rules of PBTA. In order to do it, you have to do it. So keep that in mind. Everything should try first to be described in character. All thoughts, etc. The general idea is to stay in character as much as possible. But we're going to first pick up in the middle of Hushwood. Our camera passing through the space in the middle of the night. It's roughly based on the position of the moon, somewhere close to midnight, not quite. The sky is fairly clear. There's a few wispy clouds that occasionally blow across the moon, and our camera moves through the streets of Hushwood. It's not empty. There are people out, some of them just taking a few steps out of the restaurants that are closing, the local bars and such. Our camera doesn't stop on them. We see them for the briefest of moments as our camera passes through the town and then leaves its borders. Passing into the dark woods beyond, we can see now the pristine trees that surround Hushwood. And they're quite well maintained. It's almost, there's so many of them though, it's kind of a wonder how they're so well maintained. There's a stark difference between these trees and the ones that we see on the outskirts of town. They're darker, they're somehow taller, and of course different species. The trees beyond the town are native, and we head into these native trees, the densening forest, eventually rolling down a river upstream, the sound of water lapping as we briefly pass over it. And here in the moonlight cast in the middle of this forest, we see a single enormous white claw-filled paw smash itself into the mud. Our camera focuses on that for a brief moment, and the foot leaves it, leaving this footprint about the size of 2 feet or so, from what we can tell by the trees and stuff around it. Our camera pans up, and we see moving in the distance a silhouette, and then behind it 14 or so more long stretching shadows that head in its direction. And the sky above us darkens to cloud. There's no rain, but there is a single crash of lightning that strikes on the ground adjacent to the footprint. And there, our camera fades to black and fades back in. Here, within a tailor shop, we see a beautiful array of clothes along the sides and stuff, a few strange cosplay outfits. Looking out the windows as our camera pans, we can see the streets beyond of Hushwood. Streets that we just flew over, but it's no longer night, it's morning. About 10 in the morning at the moment, so not very early, but about 10 a.m. We won't be using a as you know, we won't be using a calendar like in Fantasy Grounds this time, so it will be a little different in that respect in how time is tracked. But here in this tailor shop, with the rays of sun shining down through the windows, casting interesting shadows over the mannequins and displays, a bit of dust wafting through the air, but it's a clean place. We hear a bell in the distance as a door closes, Stepping back inside after opening it up, we see a face of a man. Describe yourself, Jaeger.
Oh boy. He's about 6 feet tall, thin, about 160, 170 pounds. Well dressed in a suit, always business sharp. But a sort of contemplative look on his face pretty much all the time. Always thinking about what else is out there.
Well, in this moment, he has the key from just having unlocked a shop and risen the curtains to make sure it's completely open for the day. You're stepping back inside the shop now, the door closing behind you, ringing the bell. You survey the interior. What does it look like?
Fairly open. Lots of space for customers to mingle amongst the shelves and racks of suits and clothing. The shop mostly focuses towards a suits or well-dressed evening wears, things like that. Although they do have, as you mentioned, the occasional cosplay outfit.
It's great.
He maintains a aromatic smell, usually peppermint. I guess that's mostly just try and hide the other smells that might creep in from elsewheres.
Okay. So with that, we see Jaeger moving around his shop, readying it for the day's business. A couple moments of this go by as our camera follows Jaeger quietly around his shop. You can hear outside of the windows the sounds of Hushwood. It's quiet. It's a quiet town. It's not a huge city, but it has a pretty large population. It has a large enough population to support a university and hospitals and police departments. But the sounds of the city, they don't follow you anywhere. Not in Hushwood. Hushwood, beyond all else, is quiet. And as you step a few more steps into your shop and begin straightening the piles of clothes and ties and making sure all of the racks are straight, one of the ties catches your eye as being out of place. Shouldn't be there. This is where the bow ties are. Why is it hanging here? What do you do?
Correct its location.
The moment you pick it up, the phone rings behind the counter in the back room, the one that leads elsewhere.
My other phone.
Yeah,
I'll have to go answer that then.
it's 2002, so everybody's got landlines. Puppy doll. Okay, so you put the tie back in the right place. Walk your way back around. I don't know why the music's up. Walk your way back around. Oh yeah, it has this pause in the middle. It's weird. It does that. Walk your way back around to the counter towards the phone where it rings for the 4th time. You pick it up. How do you answer the phone, Jaeger?
Hello, Toten speaking.
Ah, guten Tag, Herr Toten. I am a representative of your
Father's estate. I have been informed to let you know that there's a package arriving. It should be arriving within the hour at your local, what do you call it there, your post. This is all I have been informed to tell you, except you may call me Herr Wardrobe, as I will be contacting you again. Do you understand?
Understood.
Have a good day, Herr Dalton. And do be careful. And he hangs up. What do you do?
Sigh heavily.
Okay.
So, trying to think of like if the package will be at the post office in about an hour, and it takes about an hour to get there. Ugh.
All right. With this bit of frustration on his face, our camera turns away from Jaeger. And instead, picks up to the sound of gravel being crunched beneath tires. The sound of an old but well-maintained engine. And our camera floats down from a faded white into sky, a bright sky. As I said, not many clouds in it. We see a van pulling into what, to the eye, would at first appear just to be a gas station. I'm going to pull up this and see. I don't know if people see this yet. See if this works. Good. Seems to be pulling into a type of gas station. There's a bit of music we can hear playing from the van quietly from its windows rolled slightly down. Our camera moves in and passes through the back door of the van. In the interior of the van, there are two people. One driving, one sitting adjacent to them. We'll start with the driver. Why don't you describe yourself, Gideon? Describe your van and describe what music is playing.
All right. Well, Gideon
Michael might have
is
something to say about that part.
Gideon's well-dressed. Dress shoes, matching socks, black slacks, polyester blend shirt. It's been ironed. Got tie, black tie. And he's wearing a jacket similar to this, I guess. Sitting in an LDS official church van. It's pretty large on the interior. It's designed to transport a lot of churchgoers places. You know, you'll have like multiple of these at a church for like taking in congregations, but these are kind of like, this is a little bit of an older one that's been like, they got an upgrade at their church, so they were able to loan this one out to me on my mission. And we were listening to specifically the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. It's pretty low volume, but
okay.
Gideon, blonde hair, nicely trimmed, short sides, but not too short. And he's got a smile and he's pretty much rocking out.
Okay. Well, now let's get to the passenger. Michael, why don't you describe yourself?
Michael's about 5'9", pretty well built, so he's a little heavier than you would think. But that's hard to tell because he wears incredibly large flannel jacket. It's like triple XL, so it's hard.
Way
to
too
see
big for him.
But he's almost the opposite of Gideon. Very rough in the face, a lot of scraggly hair. Just kind of impatiently bobbing his head as he's waiting for the drive to wrap up.
Okay. Well, As our camera takes in this scene in this small van, we hear the crunching of gravel beneath the tires as you pull in. Now to Duchess Stop Shopping Yet. A tall sign reads. We can see from the windshield in the interior of the van. The camera fades to the outside and we just see the two faces of Gideon and Michael. As Gideon, you pull in to the parking lot and stop. You know you are here to pick up food, and you're supposed to pick up your friend Jinx pretty soon. Jane, I should say. But not quite yet. Or she might be approaching. What do you do?
I'm gonna pull up to one of the pumps just to top it off.
Okay.
And then I'll start the pump, and then I'll go inside.
Okay. You go ahead and walk
anything?
into the place?
It's only a quarter down, really.
It's alright, I like to keep it, full. You never know when we're gonna need it.
I just want
You want
some
anything
food.
while I'm in the... You good? They got good fried chicken here. I'm
Yeah,
not
let's
gonna
go.
get any... Alright, yeah, cool.
All right, so
Go on.
Michael and Gideon step out of the van, and you step into Dutch's Stop Shopping Yet. The exterior looks like a pretty well-maintained gas station with a very tall sign. There are pumps all around. There are a number of diesel pumps. This is all along US 101, just on the outskirts of Hushwood, California, adjacent to the Oakcrest Memorial Park Cemetery. The fare here is primarily leaning towards truckers, really. It's a bit of a truck stop. There's even a few trucks parked off to the side that you can hear still running, probably either for air conditioning or entertainment inside to keep their alternators running. Probably still people in there, maybe even people sleeping. Not an uncommon sight to see as you pass through the doors of Dutch's. The interior of Dutch's, completely different than the outside. It's all pure oaken wood. Everything's finished wooden floor, the shelves, everything made of, and it looks like handcrafted wood. It's very strange, but if anything, you could describe this as like a shop in like a high street somewhere in London or something. Even it's beautiful inside. There is a counter in the back with a hooded sort of veil between you and like a window in between. But it's a hood, so you can actually pass stuff beneath it. And you can see through it, but it has different patches and different colors. Just seemingly random. There's a green, there's a purple, there's a blue, multiple colors, as well as a red. There's also a few spaces that are clear. Through this little strange hooded window, you can see a number of people. Each of them working fryers, and for the most part, one of them just seems to be hanging out doing nothing, but staring at this like machine off to the side that has two prongs that stick down, and one of them is just spinning really fast, and he's kind of scratching his head. If you know what it is, it's a milkshake machine. It's like an old-timey milkshake machine, and it seems to be just going off on its own. He turns towards you as you step into the place, the bell ringing from the doors. It closes behind you. Huh? Oh, yeah. Don't order a milkshake, but everything else was good.
Ah. All right.
I mean, if you really want a milkshake, we could mix it up with a spoon, I guess, but...
No. Don't trouble yourself. No.
It's the chicken.
Just the chicken? All right, yeah, we can do that. Hey. Yeah, get these guys. I'm gonna have to fix this. So a teenager walks up from the back, one of the guys that was working the fryers. You can't tell exactly how old, somewhere between 14 and 18. It's hard to tell when they're a teenager at some points, but he's very gangly, and wearing an apron pulled tight around his thin frame that just says Dutch's on the front. And it's like kind of like an arc shape where it says Dutch's. And at the bottom down here, it says Stop Shopping Get. And he steps up, looks very bored. There's a small register on the wooden counter adjacent to him. He presses a few buttons on it and passes you a paper a non-laminated paper. Looks like they print them out regularly. Menu. Hi. Yeah, welcome to Dutch's. So let me know what you want. And he passes each of you the two small
Thank
menu.
you, friend.
He just nods.
How do you like working here?
I mean, it's fine, I guess. It's better than working over at the taco place.
Why? What's wrong with the taco place?
Well, they don't pay as much.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Tacos are good though.
Yeah, but we don't get them for free or anything. We don't even get a
Yeah.
discount. At
That's
least
a
old
shame.
Dutch here gives us free chicken, so
What? Free chicken?
only for
That's actually-
employees. Only for employees.
Well, yeah. No, I wouldn't have figured, but that's pretty impressive. It's a pretty good
Keep
deal. That's a
positions open.
perk.
He
What?
does. He kind of smiles and nods at Dad a little bit. Looks a little less bored that you're engaging him in a direct conversation. Yeah. I mean, I like it here. It's not the best job or anything in town, but you know, it's fine. I'm going to college next year, so I just kind of figure that makes save a little bit while I'm waiting. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, I haven't got anywhere yet, but you know, here's hoping.
Yeah. Oh, if you have faith, you can get there. I believe in you.
Oh yeah. He
You know
nods.
who else? You know who else believes in you?
He looks at you kind of oddly for a moment, and his sort of youthful innocence, like he doesn't know what you are at all. Like, so.
Yeah, good luck with that, kid, and I'll slap the menu against his chest. I'll take the chicken and a large soda.
Make that
Okay.
too.
So we got the number 1 and the number 2. He goes through a list there. There's like numbers of combos that have like sodas and fries, and it's all chicken of some form. You can basically get wings. You can get wings. You can get half chickens, quarter chickens, and you can get tenders. And they have spicy or regular. And so it's any combination of those. You can just make up whatever number you want to use. I don't care. So if you just say like chicken, they'll probably just give you like the tenders basket with fries and large
I'm
drink.
just gonna take some chicken tenders. Let me get like a five tender meal with a large soda.
I'm already walking
and
off just to sit down.
You've got
Okay.
This is like a convenience store, right? Like
It's good.
also-
It has little tables inside of it to sit down, but they're like all up against the window, and there's only a few of them. There's like 4 tables. It's not a place that people would typically sit down, but it's definitely a kind of a place where truckers are here. They get a bit of respite. That's sort of the vibe that you get from this place. This is meant to be an oasis
real
for
nice
truckers
place in here. How long
Dutch
for that
Dutch kind
chicken?
of gives you a thumb up as he hears that, but he's working on the milkshake machine. The kid looks up at you. I mean, probably like 2 minutes.
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
perfect.
I'll get it. Okay.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
race you. I'm gonna go see if I can
no.
get some candy.
No, you can't. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. You do. I'll
Not
meet you
to
at the.
chicken. I'm not gonna race
I'll
you.
meet. No, you can't come back here. That's
Alright,
would be
no,
real
I'm gonna
mad.
come back.
All right.
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
right
go. I want to go work
Alright.
on chicken. This guy's weird,
Alright.
and he
Dude,
walks.
go.
He
He's
walks
already
away.
running. He's sprinting down the aisle. towards
You're like
the candy.
sprinting towards it, and the kid just kind of turns around slowly, walks towards the fryer, where he begins prepping chicken. He pull it out, putting it in small bags, and then the bags get flipped over and sealed up. All the chicken comes basically in a little basket kind of thing, but the basket's made of cardboard, and the piece of chicken itself is actually wrapped fully in paper. So when you pull it up, you can rip off the top and like hold the paper while you're eating it, and eat it like while holding the paper, because it's meant to be eaten while on the road, right? It's road food, so you don't have to get your hands dirty while you're eating it. So yeah, a couple minutes later, you can see him setting 2 brown bags, a little bit of grease stains on the bottom, next to the register where he begins typing it in. And I assume by that point you've grabbed some candy.
Yeah, I'm actually they didn't have what I was looking for, unfortunately. So I had to settle for
Okay.
some other variety candy that I still like it, but it wasn't what I wanted. But that's okay. So I'm gonna go back up. I'm a little late. He beat me. Unfortunately, he won. Good job, man. You beat me.
Huh? Oh yeah,
Oh.
right.
The race. Oh, okay. Anyway.
He rings you up. He takes the candy that you ordered and he scans each of them. Okay, wow. Okay. The pile of candy is like larger almost than the chicken, I guess, but pushes the 2 bags of chicken forward with the candy that he's put in another paper bag that looks similar but obviously isn't stained with grease, and says, "Oh yeah, that'll be $22.50."
All right. I'll see if I have enough to pay them.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I got.
I don't know. Do you how's Gideon doing in funds?
I mean, he gets a little help from his folks sometimes, but
We'll assume you have the $22.50 now.
yeah.
Just note down that you on your sheet that you spent $22.50 at Dutch's. All right. So yeah, you take
Can I charge
the three. I don't know. Do you have a charge card?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could do that. Just mark it down on your sheet.
I don't really. It's an emergency thing though.
Well,
I won't use it for the chicken. I'm not gonna use it.
We'll play that out later if it's an emergency thing. You're gonna be getting some calls from the LDS church, and it's gonna be a weird day for me to role play, but I'll do it, my God.
All right, I won't do the emergency thing yet. I'll just pay with cash.
Okay.
$2.50. All right, I got you again, man.
This
No
is the
worries,
song I
though.
was hoping would come off when it was in your van when I hit the thing, but
All right, I'll grab the food if I can gather it in one hand. I got a couple bags of jelly beans that I'm gonna share with everyone else when I get back to the van.
okay. So it doesn't take you long. You step out from the counter. Michael, did you go to one of the seats or did you go back out to the van?
I went to one of the seats while waiting on the food.
Okay. So, well, the food's finishes, and Gideon, you grab the bags. What do you do?
I'll head out with them.
You two walk out the door together and get back in the van. As you move back into the van, our camera lifts up into the sky a bit, and we see kind of along the pole here, the long pole that's visible from Route 101 that says Dutch's Stop Shop at Get at the top. And as it kind of centers on that sign, it turns a little bit, no longer framing Route 101, but instead framing the Oak Crest Memorial Park behind Dutch's, where the camera moves into the graveyard. Let me make this happen. This graveyard is fairly well maintained. There are, on the edges of it, kind of some extra growth that you might have been expected to be removed in a place that's a little bit better taken care of. But Oakcrest is the most affordable burial option in Hushwood. And as a result, the caretakers don't spend quite as much time here. It's big, too. There's a lot of graves here. It's older than it seems at first. As our camera moves through the space, we can see some of these graves date back to the 1800s. Not as many. There are a few patches of the graveyard that we've moved through where the headstones are just clearly older than others. A few so aged that we can't tell who they belong to or when they were buried. Forgotten just beneath the dirt here. And similar to before, we see a foot depressed into the dirt. But this time, it belongs to your character. Why don't you describe yourself, Jane?
Well, you see at first you see just a strange kind of huddled red mass. And as you look closer, you see Jane is replacing the sod in a little spot near a tree that has a little bit of cover. She's holding a satchel, which she puts away in her kind of in the folds of her coat. She is a very well dressed lady. She appears to be sort of in her perhaps early 30s. She is very well dressed. She has heels on. She's wearing kind of a mid-length black dress, kind of lacy dress, and over that is a kind of a red raincoat. Not a raincoat, but like a raincoat type shape with kind of buttons in the middle. And she's wearing a kind of a French-style red beret at the time.
All right.
So she's kind of kind of average height for a lady, but she is very lean and tall, so she kind of looks like she's maybe looks taller than she actually is.
You step through the space of this graveyard, kind of stricken a bit by the fact that it is maintained. It's still here. It is an old one, maybe not the oldest, but it is. There are people buried here from quite long ago, and it's also kind of just obviously not the nicest maintained place. It's a graveyard that's pushed out by Route 101. The history of it we can get into later. I don't know how much of that Jane would know. But there is a tree stump here, which once belonged to a tree that sits above a number of graves in a place that does contain a bunch of these old headstones. The last message you got told you to reach into the stump at a specific time and withdraw what was there. This is the time, and you informed your compatriots to meet you outside of here, being told specifically not to share this with anybody. So they know you're in there, but they don't know why. The stump lays before you, where it was described to be. This bit of the graveyard, surrounded by a wrought iron fence, makes a strange pattern, little curls all along the fence on the outside. And there is no gate to it. You have to actually step over the fence. It's not very tall. It's only about 1.5 feet tall. It's quite easy to step over. But there is absolutely no break in the fence. We can see on each of the corners of the fence a set of 5 dots in the shape that you might associate with a D6 on its 5. The 4, and then the one in the middle. You recognize that symbol, Jane. That's common. That's a symbol of protection or warding. It's used in a lot of different magics. Most classically voodoo. There lies the stump. What do you do?
Again, she looks very out of place in this graveyard, being that she's very well dressed with heels on. But then she strangely glances around to make sure that the coast is clear and reaches her long, slender hand into the stump.
So you step over the fence?
Yes, I will. Basically acknowledge that and step over it.
Okay. It is a bit strange in here. It feels different than the rest of the space around you. There's almost instantly a feeling of cold as you step into this square. A square that's about 10.5 feet by 10.5 feet. With a single tree stump in the middle. Old. Whatever kind of tree this was, it's not the same kind that are around the rest of here. Not the native ones, anyway. Doesn't look like the ones in the middle of town, either. It's very cold. You kneel down. Reach your hand into the stump. There's a singular hole in the top of the stump. It's like it rotted and caved in long ago. You feel something. It's cold and wet. A little bit of grit on it. It's about the size of, you might think, like a can of cola or beer that your hand reaches around in terms of its depth, or in terms of its width, I mean. What do you do?
pull it out.
Extracting it, there's a bit of slime that sticks to it, making a string that droops down from it into the top of the stump that slumps down with a plopping noise at the top of the stump as you pull it free. It's a solid cylinder of iron, capped on both ends, welded shut. On either end, there is the same mark that you saw on the edges of the fence. 5 dots. 4 corners, 1 in the center. The iron is specifically cold iron, as is the fence.
Most interesting. No, we'll stuff it into my jacket.
Okay.
Inner pocket. I will kind of put the hand up to my nose and kind of sniff the slime and lick it a little bit. See what it is. First glancing around, making sure no one's watching.
I would say read a bad situation. First roll of the game.
I'm rolling. I thought this was a flashback.
This is a flashback. This is a now. We haven't gotten to flashbacks yet.
Holy shit.
Now back.
This is a now back.
Nothing now about
Hey, hey. I'm glad my chat stuff worked. Mixed success. Well, this is a good opportunity for what you just mentioned, actually. Allow me to pull this up. Mixed success. Okay.
So, I don't know if
So-
you can explain,
I'm going to give you a little bit of information.
but I would want to know.
It's familiar.
What-
The smell is familiar, and the taste is maybe unfamiliar. I don't know if you've tasted it before, but it reminds you
Tastes a
of
lot of things.
it reminds you of something that you had encountered, something that was horrible, something that you needed to get something for to help deal with in the past. This is ectoplasm, typical of poltergeists. One of the things that you've been trained to know. Last time you had to deal with something that dealt with ectoplasm involved having to get, well, a lot of research done. We'll get into that in a little bit. You step free from the cold iron fencing. Okay. For the briefest moment, you think you hear something.
Complete.
And then nothing. It's as though it blew on the wind. The wind dies down. And you hear nothing.
I didn't catch that. Is that as it goes, or you gonna tell me what it said?
Nope. I'm not gonna tell you what it said.
Cool.
What the VOD's for?
All right, so you step out of the iron fencing and through the graveyard towards the expected rendezvous with your compatriots. Reminded, though, of a time from your past. Our camera fades and then fades back in. Tell us the year at the bottom of the screen there, Jane. This is the holy water incident.
Sorry, say that again. The year?
Tell us the year at the bottom of the screen during the holy water incident.
Oh, what is this year?
2002.
Oh, 2006, so 1985.
So yeah, you can just say it was a few years ago or whatever too. You don't have to give specifics, but just whatever the bottom of the. I'm just letting
this
you
would've
set
been
the
while I
set
was
the
in
time,
college.
right?
Okay. I'd be a sophomore in college.
So we see the streets of Washington D.C. and move through them and see Georgetown University, which is listed at the bottom of our screen as we move through Georgetown and eventually to the chapel of a large church. It is night. It is late. And Jane, you just managed to get this lock open. You're inside. You're not inside the main chamber. You're inside the actual priest's office. You're looking for something in here. Something specific. What are you looking for? And how are you going about it?
I am looking for another key to the actual kind of service area behind the main chapel where they would store holy water in this case.
Okay.
So I glance in my left hand where I have some crushed charcoal that was part of a ritual I've used on a number of occasions to essentially mask my presence. So help sort of it's not like a invisibility spell, but it's just kind of a charm to be not noticed.
Okay. I would say like without much difficulty, you find the key you're looking for just hanging on the wall on a rack of keys lined up. It's not like it's a hidden thing.
Yeah,
So there's no rolling or anything.
Checking drawers and looking around.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the kind of thing, like once you got into here, you were like, oh, it's right there on the wall. The only thing you needed was your eyes to adjust as you step into the space, sort of. And you take the key you're looking for off of the wall and head into the space beyond, looking for what you're looking for.
Again, I'm confident that the place is deserted, and I have my charm, so I'm pretty much just walking around fairly confidently.
All right, you've set your charm down and spread just a bit of this salt around, just in case, around you, as sort of a warning. As you begin trying to get into the area, opening the door, looking for the exact substance you're looking for, holy water, that salt blows away. And you hear a voice from behind you. Female voice. Well, that's a very strange ritual. I did not expect such a thing. And you are?
Who's there?
I'll be asking the questions.
It's okay. I'm supposed to be here. My name's Jane.
I believe you about the name, but I do not believe the first part. And a beautiful tall woman with long black hair steps out. It's been a while since I have seen somebody perform a ritual such as this.
Oh,
You know, you
sorry,
have-
Do you work here? Why are you here?
This is not important. She ignores you
Sort
for
of
the most part.
glancing, like,
Kinda
thinking about exit.
steps
Like, how can I
steps
get out of
around.
here?
Oh, that won't work. She just says, kind of looking at you for a briefest moment. You show potential, though. You're looking for something. What is it? And why? You see she raises her hand up like this for a moment, and the door that you'd step through closes behind you.
My shoulders sort of slump and I just came for a bit of holy water.
Holy water. And what did you want it for? Miss Maya.
A bit of a spell, you see.
Potential, but ignorant. Interesting. And she takes a few steps further into the office and pulls something from out of her beautiful dress. A small vial. She passes over to you. I would very much like to see what you use it for. As I said, potential,
It's nothing.
but ignorance.
I was reading some old books, and holy water comes up often. I just thought it would be neat to have.
Yes,
some.
you are quite studious, aren't you, Miss Maya? Your GPA is quite impressive at Georgetown.
How do you know so much about me?
It's not important.
And who are you?
Have you ever been to Prague? Don't answer that question. I already know the answer.
Maybe you know the answer to that.
And she steps out the door that you just came through, ahead of you. Well, come on. We've got spirits to deal with. And
Okay, I'll follow her.
the camera fades to black. We pick back up. Now you jumping the light little fence kind of area, stepping through the graveyard and out the main gate. Now along 101, the sign of Duchess in right there, basically. Like literally right there, you can see it from the graveyard. So it's a huge tall sign meant to be seen from 101. So it doesn't take long for you to get to the location where Gideon and Michael, you pull up in the van. There's Jane, waiting where she said she would
There she
be.
is. Right there. I saw her
Finally.
waving. And I'll step out of the van.
Gideon, so great to see you, sir.
Jane. Yeah, how's it going?
And Michael, dear Michael, how are you? Is everything well?
It's great
Pretty
for
full
me.
now, Jinx.
Everything's
Throw away the
okay?
Chicken trash.
Oh no, we gotta go back. We have to go back to Duchess. Oh no. I forgot. I was a little upset. Oh man, that's bad. I have to go back to Duchess. I was a little upset they didn't have the candy I was looking for. I meant to tell that really nice kid there that if he needs to talk or that I just need to go back and I need to tell him that we need to talk some more. That's all. I feel
Please
bad.
go.
I meant to say that.
Don't let the young boy distract you.
Dear Michael, you haven't come to see me. I said if you needed anything, please stop by my home. I just want to make sure you're well after everything that happened.
Well, I've just been doing work, keeping busy.
Oh, good. That's great. Well, gentlemen, can you give Lady a ride?
Of course.
And with that, our camera will fade away from you as the van heads off either back to Dutch's or down the road. I
Go
guess.
back to Duchess.
So we see the van
I wasn't
turn.
sure if that was in character or if you were
and
like,
back.
we need to retcon the Duchess situation.
No, that's fine.
That's why I didn't really read too much.
No, we're
So
going
yeah,
forward.
we see the van. Yeah, I'm gonna try and assume everything's in character, right? If you can, try to stay in character 100% of the time if you can, except for me, obviously, because I can't. But we see the van. We see the van round the corner, do a U-turn, head back into Dutch's, and our camera turns away from them and fades into an interior establishment. We see a number of computer screens around the hiss of a radio. Why don't you describe where you're at, Lester?
So am I at home or am I at Hughes?
That's your choice. You're at either Hughes or
Okay,
at
okay.
home. Either one is fine.
So then I am at Hughes.
The only thing that matters is that you're listening. You're listening to a police scanner. That's the only thing that matters.
I'm in a kind of a back room at Hughes. In the front, there would be a bunch of kind of used computer parts set up, not like it's a place that, you know, would sell them, but just
Right.
like kind of scattered around.
Okay, so we see
and-
parts everywhere, like capacitors and stuff, organized on the
Yeah.
walls with corkboard, that kind of a thing, soldering irons, but very well organized. Little Tupperware containers filled with like resistors and screws and nuts and washers and things like that.
Yep, exactly. And
Terrible.
Hugh would probably be behind the counter, or not behind the counter per se, but he's got like a desk that he's at, that kind of became a counter
Okay.
over the years, where he would talk to people and
So
you know,
Hugh's
help them with
Hugh's an
stuff.
old guy now, to be clear. He's a pretty old dude. And you and him are sitting in this space. You're not alone, I would say. Like, there's probably people that are gathered elsewhere, or maybe working on something at Hughes, because that's just kind of the place it is. It's sort of a hangout for freaks with a PH and and hackers. So a little bit of that's happening, but Hugh is near you and leaning in, and there's a police scanner that you're kind of both listening to, and the police scanner begins to pick up, and you there's stuff happening all the time, but you hear something on it that disturbs you. And with that, I'm going to describe a scene. So, one sec. Our camera, for the briefest moment, fades into a house that is not this house. We see strange kinds of trash strewn around the house. It's quiet now. There was likely a wild party last night, a frat party, as we see Omega, Alpha Omega, on one of the walls as our camera moves past it. Still a few hours, after sunrise and stuff here. It's late morning for the rest of the guys. So because it's late morning in a frat house after a party, there's people passed out, basically, kind of everywhere. Several partygoers have paired off into private rooms, and others are passed out on couches and floors in various states of undress. You can even see a few select genitalia drawn on the forehead of a few heads and faces, passed out on couches and stuff, as our camera moves through the space and eventually up the stairs into one of the private rooms, where we see a young man, probably about 20 years old. He's sitting there, crisscross applesauce, with a controller in his hand, playing what looks to be an original Xbox. We're not sure what game he's playing because we only see it for the briefest moment, but the flashes of green and blue on his face denote that the action is intense. He sits there staring into it. Around him, a number of people, most of which are passed out. An open window that leads outside of this space. You can see beyond. Let me get to here so I can just line it up real quick. There we go. Beyond this space here, you can see a row of houses, a set of the beautiful ancient oaks, and then the street that heads off into the distance. The morning here is bright and cheerful. And then the interior is dark and essentially suffocating because of the number of people in here. So it's sort of the stuffy feeling. The noise of the video games almost getting louder and louder and louder for a brief moment. And we see one of the people adjacent to the guy sitting there playing games stir and start to stumble. The guy playing video games turns to him. Again, young face, a few freckles, reddish hair. He turns to him and says, "What? You better not puke here, Tucker. I swear to God. Last time you puked in my room, I had to clean it up. And you... Oh, dude." And Tucker stumbles a bit and stands up, holding his stomach. "Dude, just get out of my room, man. Come on." And you can see he turns back his face back to the screen. Tucker moans for a minute. Dude, are you all right? The game pauses, the flashing lights stilling on his face. Dude, are you all right? What the fuck? We see his face, now a visage of terror, as he drops his controller, stands up, and stumbles backwards, tripping over his couch. Crashing behind, we hear a ravenous sound. It's strange, really. The sound's not words, but guttural noises. Then a scream, a crashing of a window. Looking up over the couch, the red-headed freckled face looks in terror. We see the broken window, blood staining it. Beyond the group of trees, the college campus, houses, and the streets of Hushwood. What the fuck? He looks down to his right briefly. Oh no. Oh no, fuck. And the camera fades back to Lester, where over the police scanner you hear,
"We've got a problem. They found 2 corpses down at Hushwood Academy near one of the... Oh, this is really bad. We are not used to this. Okay, there's 2 corpses and they're missing their hearts, they say. We need to get a bunch of officers down here right away." Yeah.
Then another voice chimes in.
Then, "Get your shit together, man. This is serious." "Looks like Omega Alpha Omega." Oh, fuck. Dude, I told you. Get your shit together. I know you're new on the job, but come on.
That's all you get. Hugh turns towards you, Lester, and he begins to stand up. "I think we've got one, boy." Holds his back. Sits back down.
Sit down.
There's something going on out there.
There's always something going on out there. We're gonna have to go look.
Just let me know if you find something. Just let me know. Oh, shiny and aspirin. And he stands up and waddles into the back.
We're gonna find something.
You hear him
We
yelling
always
back.
do.
So he's yelling in pain.
Poor Hugh.
All right. Well, what do you do, Lester?
All right. Well, I'm going to head out, I guess. I'm gonna get in my car and head out to the academy and go on, see if I can see anything.
Okay. You're stepping out of the exterior of Hughes. You get into your car, and begin driving towards the academy. It doesn't take long to get there. I would say, given the proximity here. Look at Hughes. Make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah, all right. I'd say, given the proximity here, just go ahead and roll me a random d6.
Random D6.
It's playing the wrong one. Why don't you do this one?
Four.
All right. So yeah, on your way to the academy, it's a bit of a drive to get into town and everything. You make your way through. By the time you get to and are passing Finn's Phillip, crossing the bridge over the river into the main part of town towards where the academy is. The streets of Hushwood, a beautiful place, really quiet, well maintained. There's always this kind of smell, this crisp smell in the air. You turn up the academy road, or up towards the road that leads to the academy, not the actual academy road. And I would say by that point, you probably are seeing, you would see probably their van along the road at some point, but it would probably be like way ahead of you. So you couldn't like flag them down or anything like that, but you would have seen them pull off. And I would say like, you guys are probably either headed off to like Jaeger's or one of your houses, wherever that might be. So you would see them
Where are we going,
pull
Mr.
off.
Totens?
Suits me
Where we're
just
going?
fine.
All right.
All right. So you drive your way down to Jaeger's, and you drive your way to. Were you going to the Omega Alpha Omega, or are you going to the Academy? They're adjacent to each other, but they are different places.
Oh, okay. To basically to the crime scene, like to the tape, basically. Right?
Okay. So you pulled up to the frat house. It is a nice house. It is not made of brick or anything, right? They don't really do brick buildings out here, partially due to earthquakes, but just for some reason Hushwood, it doesn't really fit the aesthetic very well anyway. But it is a large wooden structure. It's all natural wood on the outside. It's not painted. It's like naked wood, and it's got these big log beams on it, almost like a log cabin, but not a full log cabin. And you can see it's all exposed wood, large windows. It's a huge house basically, but of course, it's got like 16 people that live in it or something like that. And you can see the symbols, Omega Alpha Omega, right on top. It is surrounded by police tape now, and there are a number of police cars parked in front of it, and they have. And I would say probably because of the timing of it, maybe we'll just give you the chance to see. They're pulling two bodies out. The first, like, they're both in body bags, and they're loading them into a into a van, like not a van, in an ambulance. Well, it's two separate ambulances.
All right, I'm going to park and get out, and I've got like a pen and like a notebook, little pocket notebook, and I'll go up to an officer and ask. I'll be like, "What the hell happened here? This is crazy. What's going on? The dead people?"
So you've lived here for a while. I would say that like you've probably seen some of the officers in town. It's not a huge city.
Oh, I would do this a lot, yeah.
Right. I was gonna say with your whole thing. So why don't I pull out one of the actual officers that we have here?
Philosophers.
Second, let me get him up here.
Where are we? We're at
Just exploded for me.
Academy.
You're not there, but he is.
Well, oh yeah. The universal we.
Gotcha.
It's kind of just up and right of the Hushwood Fire Department.
Yeah. Oops.
Oh yeah, I thought there was a specific.
Sorry, I'm loading my thing.
Yeah,
No, the frat house is
not labeled.
unmarked. It's just next to it.
Gotcha. You get alpha.
Oh, this is so fucking. Sorry, I have to reload this thing because it crashed.
No.
Of course it did. Here we go. All right. So yeah, you see in front of you the a number of officers, some of which you would probably recognize, some of which you probably wouldn't. One of them is named, let's see here, let's do David Morin, so Officer Morin, and he's probably one of the ones that you have. That's Morin. So one of the ones you've probably dealt with a number of times, who's been like less of a dick to you. A lot of them have sort of like, a lot of them won't talk to you at all, right? But Morin is always kind of like reluctantly willing to speak with you in the area. So I would say that's who you would approach in the situation. As you start to walk up to the crime scene, you can see he's like talking on his, he's walkie-talkie from his shoulder here, and you start speaking, and he turns to his right, and you just see this look of exacerbation, like, oh god, not again. And then he puts it down. All right, Lester. Lester, just slow down right there. You know you can't go past the tape. You know what it's for. Remember last time.
I'm not gonna go past the tape.
You know what I spent?
You tell me this every time.
You said that last time, and you went past the tape, and then you had to spend a day in jail. So let's not do that anymore.
Yeah. Well, and then I said this time that I wasn't going to, and I'm not going to.
Okay, well, let's start the trust. Let's start the trust cycle here.
Look, I just. What's going on?
What do you want, Lester?
I need the scoop. What's going on?
All right, man. I know you're not gonna go away unless I tell you something. Two of the kids ended up dead somehow last night. They had a wild party. Something must have gone off. I don't really know the details, but yeah, there's a couple of stiffs. I can't tell you who. You know I can't tell you who.
You know there's way more police activity than just a couple of dead people. What happened? What really happened?
Lester, you need to go home, Lester. This is a crime scene. I can't have you poking around here. It's an active investigation. So it sounds like you're trying to manipulate someone.
Oh.
Remember your moves.
Manipulate him.
Oh yeah.
F off, Lester.
So
let me in. Let me see the bodies.
Yeah. He's a real cop. He's not gonna just be like, all right, go ahead. D&D Fantasy Village Guard, you know, like, what random people? Why don't you solve this crime for me?
I'm not going in there. You might as well do it.
Yeah. Maybe I'll pay you to go look at the bodies for me.
But we have a pre-established relationship and everything. So go ahead and roll your manipulate.
All right.
You see how to do it?
Yeah, and trying to remember. Can I do this with sharp? Because you do some things with sharp instead of charm.
I mean, it'll tell you on your character sheet if it is a thing you can do with sharp.
Like under your moves, like down further down.
Let's see.
Yes. See, it all fits together. You can roll sharp instead of charm when you manipulate someone. Okay.
So it's only, see, it's specifically that, but right. So that's like part of your move. I don't know what theirs are going to be. You're going to have to remember those, but it's the first time you're doing it, so it's going to take you a while.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Lester, I'm not going to throw you in jail again, bud. You need to go home. Tell Hugh I said hi. Like, I know it's gonna bother you. There's 2 dead people. They're college kids. There's a wild party. I'll tell you. I'll give you this much. It looks like there was some trouble. It's not a natural thing. I don't know what's going on, man. But that's the best I can give you. Go home. Yeah, he shut down. He's not giving you any more.
Okay. All right, Dave. See if you get my help next time you need me.
Imagine that. He says as you walk away. If only.
All right, so I'm gonna get in my car.
And you can see he pulls out his radio, and you can hear him talking. Yeah, we had Lester around here again. I sent him off. You can hear him talking on the radio as you walk away.
So I'm gonna reach around into the back seat of the car in the floorboard. Okay.
Okay.
And I've got this duffel bag.
Do it.
I got this duffel bag, and this duffel bag is full of like the Nokia burner phones.
Guns.
So guns, and I just blast them all. No, but I'm going to pull out.
Let me see the bodies. You're killing people.
I'm gonna pull out one of my burner phones that I have, and I'm going to call Jaeger.
Okay.
At his, I'm gonna call his tailor shop.
Just so you have it there, so you remember, I put the PDF for the reference, the hunter reference sheets, in the notes channel there that has your agenda in it. All the hunters have the same agenda, right? Like, etc. That makes them hunters, and should help some of those questions, as well as mine and stuff. I have one. His name was Herr Wagner. Psycho. You were asking me who the guy that was talking to you on the phone earlier?
Yeah, it's just for notes.
Yeah, Wagner. Just Wagner. Just put him down as
It's
that.
a repeat. I got you.
What were you asking me for a repeat on? You're asking what the spirit voice said. Yeah. I mean, like
Ghost voice on the wind.
I wanted you specifically to have a hard time understanding that one. So.
Wait, I'll use my move.
Okay, well, we'll see. Anyway, so
Oh,
you're reaching
Mad
down.
Cow. Be sure to note XP.
Yeah, you get +1 experience for failing rolls.
Yeah, so if you fail roll, you mark an XP. So yeah, mark 1 XP. And you were digging around in your duffel bag, pulling out these burner phones. Also, stay in character. Refer to each other as characters if you can.
So I reach back there and I pull out a burner phone, and it's completely, like, I turn it on. It's completely turned off. I turn it on, and it's completely blank. And I dial the phone number. There's nothing saved in there or anything, right?
So from memory, you're dialing a phone number.
Yep. Yeah, from memory, I dial Jaeger's landline number at his tailor shop. Yeah, and call him.
I would say this is probably like 30 minutes after Jaeger. You had just got off the phone, right?
I'd probably be on my way to the post office.
And so I was gonna say I'm gonna look at the map here and tell you how far away it is from your shop to the post office. To yeah.
What day is it?
The 15th. Oh, actually today. I'm sorry. Today is actually the 13th, but we're around the 13th to 15th of October 2002.
What day of the week is that happen to be?
I guess it would be the middle of the school week. So
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Not P Day.
Yeah. Which is the thing for the Mormon. So, yeah.
October 13th, 2002 was a Sunday, no?
Oh, if we want to get real about it.
Oh, my bad. I was looking at 15th.
Okay.
Sunday? Okay, cool.
So that would work for yesterday having been the day that the party happened, and today would be, yeah, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, you dig into your burner phones and you call up Jaeger. Jaeger, you were on the phone about 30 minutes ago, and I have had to be like, shit, I gotta go pick up this thing at the post office. The post office is really only probably It might take you 15 minutes to get to the post office, 20 minutes to get to the post office in your car. It's not too far. You're there. That's the post office there.
Yeah, either way, I probably wouldn't be at the store now.
Yeah. So at that point, Jaeger probably doesn't answer his phone, unless you have a mobile phone, Jaeger. I mean, of course you probably do. It's 2002. It's not 1980.
Yeah. But if he's down in the store, I'm not
Yeah. But the store would ring and nobody would be there to answer. So you would get
Okay.
you probably get the answering machine for Jaeger's store with Jaeger's voice talking about the tailor shop.
All right. I then will hang up and dial Jaeger's mobile number.
On the same phone?
Yep. Also memorized.
All right. I would say that rings basically right as your Jaeger, you're like stepping up to, like getting out of your car maybe at the post office to go into it, and your mobile phone rings in your pocket.
I'll answer it. Hello.
Jaeger, it's Lester.
Hello, Lester. What's going on?
There are 2 dead college kids. There were like 1,000 cops. Like they had maybe federal agents, but there were so many cops. Something's definitely going on. Something's definitely going on. And we heard on the police scanner, right, that like their hearts were taken. Now they wouldn't tell me any of that, of course, right? I tried, but they wouldn't tell me any of that. Even my good friend Dave wouldn't tell me anything. So I know, I mean, like he likes me a lot, right? He really likes me. So he would tell me, and like he didn't. So I'm pretty sure it's like way over his pay grade. You know what I mean? So something's definitely huge going on. So I wanted to let you know, be safe. I'm going to go to your shop. Okay. When you're going to be back?
20, 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna park down the street, okay, and I'll watch for you. And when you get close,
Stop.
come in, maybe.
Stop. A flash of fire from adjacent to the car, Lester. Somebody's lighting a barbecue across the street from the Omega Alpha Omega, and has put a bit too much lighter fluid in it. And the flames flame up high, about 4 or 5 feet into the air for a minute, as the guy steps back from it, and you stare at it with this 1,000-yard stare, ending on the very word you were speaking mid-sentence. Our camera fades for a brief moment, focusing on this fire. Whoa, the guy trying to put it out, turning into a house fire. A blaze, the swamps of Alabama behind it. We see a child, a face very similar to Lester's, about 12 years old, wrapped in a blanket, a shock blanket of sorts. An older man looks a little bit similar, comforting him and ushering him into a truck. And we hear him speak. All right, Lester, we're gonna go see Uncle Hugh. And then you snap out of it, back on the phone with Jaeger.
All right, Jaeger. I'll be a couple of minutes behind you. Okay. I'll see you when you get there.
Okay.
I'll hang up, and then I throw the phone outside of the car and smash it with my shoe.
Okay, so you throw it down and smash it on the ground and drive off. All right, that's awesome. That's really funny. Okay, our camera then fixates back on Jaeger stepping into the post office. You step in through the door of the interior of the post office. It's a pretty typical like rural area post office. It's not big. There's the clicking of your heels on the marble floor is evident as you step into this space. It's mostly empty. There are it's made of fine oak everywhere except for the floor, which is made of nice marble. The interior is small but elegant, and there is a typical post counter that you might expect in an old post office. You walk up to it. There's nobody there, but there's a singular bell waiting to be rung. Like, a front desk bell.
I'll look around inside, see if I see anybody.
You don't see anybody. The clerk is probably in the back sorting mail. That's pretty typical in these underfunded rural post offices. Hey, 1 minute. About 30 seconds later, an older lady walks out. No. How's it going, Mr. Toten? It's a pleasure to see you today. What can I do with you? It's not time to pay for your... And she goes through her notes. It's not time to pay anything. What can I help you with? She scoots down on this very uncomfortable looking stool. It looks like it takes her a good 20 seconds to get situated, and she puts her little glasses on that slide down to the tip of her nose a couple times, and she adjusts them and just kind of waits for you to speak.
Well, I'm expecting a package.
No, well, in that case, and she again takes like about another 20 seconds to stand up from the stool and take her glasses off. They hang from a little silvery chain, pearls dotted along it from her neck, her silvery hair matching quite nicely actually. And she walks into the back. About a minute later, she comes out with a very small box. It is international mail, right? It's got all the postage on it that would denote as much. And she sits it down. Oh, family heirloom, is it? And scoots it over to you. You can see it is a return address from Germany.
I was hoping for chocolates for Mother, but we'll see.
Well, good luck.
Thank
You take the box. If you'll sign here, and she'll have you sign out for the package. And she takes it and puts it away. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, thank you. That'll be all.
All right. Well, you have a good one. Enjoy your day.
Good day.
She's named Grace, by the way. You probably know her.
Yeah,
And
good day, Grace.
you step out of the post office holding this box, just a cardboard box. It doesn't rattle at all when you shake it. It's about 6 inches tall, about 5 inches, 4 inches wide, and about an inch deep. It's like the shape of a book.
Definitely not chocolates for Mother. I'll get in the car, go back to the shop.
All right, you set the package down on the seat next to you and drive back to the shop. I would say about that time the van is pulling up to the shop. Would you probably park the van where? At his house across the street or what?
We're going to Mr. Toten's, then I'll definitely park just at the Taylor's, but probably if there's a back, I would go around there.
Well, I think that's for
So I would.
Jaeger to tell us.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take up the main parking.
Yeah, there's a couple spots out back to park.
Okay. So you park in one of them. Jaeger, you've already pulled up and walked back and unlocked and opened your shop. The bell ringing a few moments after you have reopened, and you turn to look for customers, but it is Gideon and crew that are stepping into the shop with food.
Mr. Toten brought chicken. And Miss Meyer.
Pretty good.
Monsieur Toten. Oh, you got a package. Isn't that the most wonderful feeling when you get something in the mail?
I
There's
love
nothing
that
like it.
feeling.
There's nothing like it.
Right? My mom sends me
And-
letters
And
every week.
how is Grace? Is she well?
Delightful as always.
Good, good, good.
You all know the post office people by name?
Oh, of course, you must know. Try to know everyone in a small town like this. And
Like
About that time, we hear an engine, and our camera follows for a brief moment the vehicle panning by and parking in the parking lot. Why don't you describe your car, Lester? What is it?
So it's like an old like a gremlin.
I don't even know if I know what that is. What is
So
that?
it's
Hold on.
like
I like cars
like
too.
a li-
Oh, I
like
know
a
what that is.
little-
Okay, yeah.
this little tiny station wagony thing.
Right,
It's
it's like a hatchback.
Two-door station wagony hatchback thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dope little hot hatchback actually. Yeah.
Yeah. And it'd be old and run down and like messy.
Like a
it'd be,
1972 one
candy
or
bar
something like that.
wrappers. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And there'd be like candy bar wrappers and the floorboards and stuff like that.
Okay. We hear it pull up and there's a backfire as he turns it off. You probably recognize him by the sound of his car. And a moment later, Lester, you bust into the store.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi,
Something
Lester.
crazy is going down. I smell
Crazy?
chicken.
what's happening?
Yeah, we got chicken. Have some.
Yeah. You brought chicken? Wow, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna grab some chicken. I'm gonna grab, just like with my hand, I'm gonna grab a piece of chicken, you know. Just start
Okay.
eating on it.
It's out. All the boxes are open and they're just not sitting on the table.
Like family style.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty good chicken.
Yeah, Duchess.
Oh,
What's
You
all the
know,
fuss
yes.
about, Lester?
so all right. Look. There were like 1,000 cops. Like at least 1,000 cops. And I think there were some federal agents.
Where?
It was like the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Yes,
It's not a
Over at
of
the
course,
town.
of course. And all,
Over at the
and sort of-
fraternity. Oh my gosh, it was the craziest thing you've ever seen.
Are you
Something's
lying?
going on. No. See, look,
1,000 sounds like a lot.
we heard on the radio, right, the police radio, that these fraternity guys got killed, and something took their heart. So like,
Oh, that's not good.
I went down. It's crazy. I went down there and I talked to my friend Dave, and like Dave is a really good guy, right? Dave likes me a lot. Dave is like he holds me up on a pedestal basically, and like he would tell me basically anything I asked him, and he couldn't even tell me this. And he's completely surrounded by cops. It was absolutely insane, just everywhere. I barely got out of there. Right? They almost wanted to take me to jail because I almost figured it out. I was like this close to figuring it out, and they were like, "No." Nah, so I left to make sure I didn't.
See, the
go to
jail part
But
I almost believe.
I
You make it real
I
hard
really-
to believe you, cousin.
it's not that hard to believe. You see, because cops come in from all over the place. It's not like they were all our cops, right? There's cops from everywhere. That's what's so crazy about it. That It was just
okay.
like
All right, yeah, that does make some sense.
it was
All
insane.
right.
Something crazy is going down. Absolutely, like
I walk
we
up
need
and
a.
slap him on the shoulder. I believe you. What can take hearts? What likes to take hearts?
So with that, our camera will pan over to Jaeger's face and fade into memory for a moment. Jaeger, you're in Nebraska. It's been a long time since anything in your family's business has come up at all. In fact, you've never had to deal with it yourself. It's mostly just stories and stuff from father that you've had to deal with. However, here in Nebraska, your father has been staying up uncommon hours recently. He's an old man at this point, so it's even rarer. He usually goes to bed early nowadays. He's getting older and older. For some reason, the last few weeks, he's been staying up. And one night, he's poring over a number of books, pencil in hand, sketching something out on a piece of paper. And you see him kind of in his drawing room as you're passing by. And then, before you go up the stairs to bed, he speaks. Jaeger. Come here, boy. We need to speak about something.
Yes, Papa.
Boy, you know that we have told you many stories of the family business. The happenings with your uncle and the happenings with myself and your grandfather. Your father? There you go, that's better. Your grandfather? You know that you haven't had to deal with these things. But we have told you these stories. And you know they are true. And he moves a box across the table to you and opens it up. Inside, vials and stakes, small silver dagger, all kinds of strange little bags. Some of them you recognize as containing different types of salts from across the world, as well as a few containing graveyard soil from different special sanctified grounds and stuff across the world, and even a few of them containing crossroads dirt. And he closes it. I had hoped that this was never going to be useful again, but the signs have appeared. How do you feel about California, Jaeger? And he starts to pour out maps and show you circles and stuff. The Alps, they are showing up again here, I fear. There are other things, though, too. The Alps, they are not so dangerous, not like the shapeshifters that pull out hearts and such for the eating and the power, but no, the Alps, they are not as overt as the werewolf and others. But they are to be feared, as you know. And they are our prey. Jaeger. We must start practicing immediately. And I fear you may have to move the family business. And we fade back to Jaeger's shop now. The camera still focused on his face. Well, you have the information they just asked, so you can deliver it however you want.
I'm blanking. What'd they ask?
We said, what likes hearts?
I like to think I've stolen a heart or two in my time.
I look away.
Many things eat hearts. Shapeshifters particularly enjoy them.
Shifters.
You know, in general or specifics?
What do you mean?
If there's a specific type, or is it a general thing?
So Jaeger, you would know it's quite common amongst different types of shapeshifters, including werewolves and skinwalkers, etc. There's a whole family of different types of shapeshifters.
Yeah, there's many types of shapeshifters. Werewolves, skinwalkers, that sort of thing. Any monster that changes its form.
They don't all eat hearts, though, right?
No, but eating the hearts is
No.
common among them.
Okay. I was just checking.
At about that time, I think I'll open
I eat
the
more chicken.
package.
Okay. You tear open the book shaped package, and inside is indeed a leather-bound tome that has a lock across it. It is locked. There is no key in the package with it. It looks to be an old journal, probably written sometime in the middle 1800s. It is marked on the cover with your family crest.
It's an old book you got there. I got an old book too.
Indeed.
Much wisdom in old books.
I might have a key around here somewhere, maybe.
You have the key to a book that was sent to you?
Pretty
Seems
suspicious.
convenient.
It's a
That's your
Family
crest, I believe. No,
Good eye. I didn't even notice.
must be something of great importance. We will give you your privacy while you investigate.
Meyer notices some interesting things sometimes. So that's a
Good at
family
lot of
book?
things.
I suspect it is. Yes.
Let's find that key then. I'll help.
All right,
I just
so
start looking everywhere.
you're just looking around randomly.
I'll help too.
Okay. So
Start with the office desk.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm like looking in pockets of some of the coats on the racks.
Mhm.
Close the refrigerator.
I'm browsing any hats you might have in the store.
All right. So it sounds to me like you're investigating a mystery.
The mystery of the lost keys.
Well, the book.
Dang book.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Jaeger. And since other people are doing stuff, I'll let them like help you. So you'll get +1 forward on the task.
How abouts do I roll that?
You should just click on the dice that's next to the.
Yeah.
So on your
Investigate
character
mystery.
sheet, the very top, there's 100 moves. Expand that if it's not, and then you should click right next to whichever one.
Oh,
And then
almost
it
forgot. I got some jelly beans for everyone. And Gideon will pull out some jelly beans bags. Like, you know those like generic candies that you get from a convenience store that are like, they're all $1. And they're like, they all look like brands that you know. I've got a bunch of those jelly beans, and I start passing those out.
It's very kind of you, though. I can't do sugar.
What?
How do I add the +1?
Feel like
That's done during the roll. It'll work.
It'll
I'll
ask
let you. Yeah, it'll ask you. I'll let you use the advanced investigative mystery on the book though. Or not the advanced, sorry. The what's it called? Investigative mystery flexible alternative. It's right below that. It just changes the question types. That's all it does. Okay, well, that's a pure success. Jaeger, you look down at that keyhole on here, and it's strange because it's not the kind that you would typically associate with the book. It's bigger and bulkier. In fact, it accounted for some of the space within the box holding the book itself. Though it looks familiar, it looks exactly like the key to your shop. You try it and slip it in, and it opens.
Never mind, get in. I found it.
Oh, all right.
Right, you look inside, I assume, flipping it open. This is this is a journal of your great grandfather. Great grandfather. Sorry. And you can name his first name. I didn't want to name him for you because he's your family. But he was, again, part of the family business. He was a hunter, hunting Alps. And this is a tome specifically on Alp. But in the tome, there is a section, as you're flipping through it, that catches your eye. And there are a couple of things here. This guy, this hunter in your family, he's probably one of the more storied ones in your family, if you want to think about that, like amongst your family. And there are a few counts of other types of beasts and stuff listed in here that you notice. And you see even sections on a few shapeshifters and stuff as you flip through, and you flip past a few things, and you stop, and you flip back a couple pages. And there are these trees that look like the trees all over Hushwood. And it says Protector Oak on it, written there with a question mark. It was written in the hand of your great-great-great-grandfather, and that's the only entry about it. A drawing that looks distinctly like these same unique trees that fill the town of Hushwood everywhere. And scratching your head on that for a moment, you flip through it. The rest is basically just all Alps and stuff, but it's a general tome that you can use to help in your research and stuff in your hideout. So it is part of your family history. Don't forget to add it to your inventory.
Anything good in that book?
I'll lay it on the counter for all to see.
Okay.
Yeah, those look like the trees in Hushwood. Where did this book come from?
Like, Victor's book. He's one of my great grandfathers.
Oh, it's back in Germany.
Indeed.
Wow.
Alp is a type of vampire that we have been hunting for quite some time.
Think they're in Hushwood? I didn't hear that.
They shouldn't be, but who knows?
At least we got this book to help us if they are, then, I guess.
Indeed.
A lot of helpful books out there.
Yes, we know.
Okay.
I know you know, Lester.
That's funny. All right, so with that, then, you have your mystery. What do you do?
So you don't think there's a shapeshifter out here somewhere, is what I'm hearing. Bottom line.
I guess
We can find it and kill it.
Could it be the
You
same
gotta-
thing that attacked Michael?
Maybe.
I think on that note, with the mention of that, we'll have another flashback. So, with that, I think let's go back to... Yeah, all right, let's establish it in this order. We'll go back, zooming in on Jinx's face, to you walking the halls. Prague. A few years ago, or however long that was, a few years after, a little bit of time after the previous flashback with Jane. We see you now in a classroom environment, being instructed by a gentleman who's holding a book in front of him and reciting something that the entire group that you're with is reciting. None of you know each other's names. In fact, you're not even allowed to look at each other's faces. Sometimes people do, and nothing's happened. Sometimes people do, and they're not there the next day. And nobody talks about them ever again. It's been that way for a while. but you sure have gotten really good at this strange bit of swordplay you've been playing in. You're wearing this armor that you would come to wear some version of later, a more customized version of it later. This is sort of a simpler version, all of them identical, all of them the same tone of silvery color. And you are just completing today's lesson. The gentleman in front of you, a long robe down to the floor, solid white. A hood, but it's pulled back all the way, revealing long blonde hair that goes down to about the middle of his waist. He looks up at the group wearing a solid white face mask. No eyes visible, nothing, just a solid mask of white. This has been very good. You in particular, Miss Maya. I would like to mention that you have performed more than adequately. As Camille says, you do show a great amount of promise, though we need to seek out a cure for this rebellious nature of yours. That would be all. And claps his hands, and the students all stand at once. You too, even without even, like, realizing you're doing it. At first, it took you a minute to be like, oh yeah, time to stand, but now it's almost Pavlovian. And you turn around and walk out the door. Back to your dorm, which is a long walk from here, through the interior of what are almost like catacombs here in Prague. Where are you? You're not even 100% sure. The entrance is certainly far. Where you came in was a church. It's definitely not a church. It's far from it. You walked underground for so long, it would have to be far from it. But you did turn back several times, so it's very difficult to know exactly where you are. Occasionally you are afforded a view, but it's a view so shallow of such a small thing that you're incapable of establishing your location in the city itself. You are released and allowed to wander the streets of Prague and stuff occasionally, but you always exit the same way you came in. And so knowing where you truly are is a bit complicated. But these hallways are large, decorated. There are no windows in them, but they are filled with medieval suits of armor and bookshelves and beautiful carpets and stuff that sit along these black marble floors in certain areas that your feet click upon as you step through into space. The ceiling's high above your head. You are walking your way back to your dorm. The path, however, in front of you, the path that you typically would follow to your dorm, is closed. There's a door there that it's like a big fire door that's typically open. You've never seen it closed, but it's fully closed at this point, and just says off access. There is another path through the dorm. You can go around the long way. What do you do?
I'll just go up.
I'm looking
to
more
the
for your
door.
reaction.
That's strange. I'll go up to the door and kind of listen and try to just see if I can understand why it might be closed.
You listen inside, and you do hear what sounds to be maybe construction.
I'll test the door, make sure see if it's actually locked.
It is locked.
And I'll glance around and make sure nobody noticed, and I'll keep on back towards the door.
Alright, so you go the long way around then? So you step back, you have to backtrack a ways. You have to head through one of the sections of the interior that you haven't spent much time. In fact, most students aren't really here very often. We do call them students, at least that's the term referred to by a lot of them, until they become full initiates. Of what? Well, we'll get to that. But
Another stupid test, perhaps.
After walking back, you enter into the circular chamber, an enormous circle that encompasses a large part of the facility that you're in. You have to walk all the way around it, which takes a while. As you get to one of the other sections, you can see a gentleman you've never seen before, this time in a black robe. These are not instructors. These are full members. These are not initiates. These are full members of the circle. They are not to be looked at. So you avert your eyes, almost in a Pavlovian response as he steps out of the door. He turns, though, noticing you immediately, kind of in surprise at seeing somebody here, and just kind of nods towards you, which you can see the form of him. You're not making direct eye contact, but you can still see him out of your peripheral vision. He kind of nods towards you in this sort of startled motion and heads off away through another door and closes it. Sort of weird to see one of them. They're very rare.
That would have naturally made like a hand sign that I know to be the kind of secret sign of the
Okay, yeah.
group.
He would do it back and then step away, but it was sort of moment where he's like, "What? Holy shit! There's somebody here." And you continue your way past where he was after he's gone, noticing that he hadn't closed the door to the black chamber that he was in. You pass by it and you can see it's open about halfway. The interior filled from floor to ceiling with the oldest books you have ever seen. Some of them aren't even books, they're scrolls. There are labels here. One of them says Library of Alexandria.
Part of what had brought me here, Camille had mentioned, the possibility of knowledge about obviously the limited magic and arcane that I could do. So I'm compelled to go in there and see what I can find.
Okay. You're not allowed in a black chamber, but the door's open.
I've earned this.
Step inside. When you do, nothing happens. There's no shocking revelation, no odd sound, no smell, just the interior of a library. A number of books. You walk through the space, kind of rubbing your hand along the bookshelf, looking at them all as you go. A few of them stand out as being pretty interesting. There is one on the dais in the back that's open. Catches your eye because it's almost as though it moved for a briefest moment. Now looking directly at it, you see the pages flip. And it lights down on a single page in the middle of the tome. What do you do?
Quickly lean in and read it.
Okay. You hear a bell. Not the bell of an alarm, but the bell of class. Which doesn't make sense. That would have... You had hours. And you look down for the briefest moment in realization you have read the book. All of it. It's 3 hours later. And you don't remember a thing. Few images of formulae and concepts flash in your mind. That's it. In the distance, you hear footsteps clicking on the black marble of the circular structure beyond where you had walked. What do you do? Do you rush out of the library, close the door, or what do you do?
I do. I rush out. I don't close the door. I just rush out and then kind of gather myself and keep walking back towards class.
Okay, so you turn back around the other way that you had come, and you pass no one on your way back into class and let loose a light yawn as you enter back into martial arts training for the day. I'm moving through these in order. We flash forward a bit. I'm crossing them out too, so that I make sure I'm getting them. But we flash forward a bit to, let me get to it. All right. To now, Jaeger and Lester. Jinx isn't here. Jane isn't here. Gideon isn't here. This is before all of that, technically. Jaeger, you've been tracking signs some kind of werewolf in the area. You're not sure who it is, but there have been signs that have popped up. Not victims yet, but ritual signs. Things that you've been able to determine through magic and through hints, as well as some of the information Jane has passed you from her benefactors. Kind of playing a hunch, you are out past the river now, near Burger Beast. Basically behind it, in its parking lot where it meets the woods. There are two individuals here that you see. You are with Lester, by the way. This is kind of a stakeout situation. There are two individuals you see here. Both of them match the description and were in the time and the place that could make them werewolves. You know it has to be here within like a pretty close area based off of the signs. And those signs specifically leading you here are, like I said, no victims, but you have seen, well, okay, no human victims, but there have been animals and stuff. There have also been bones that the bone marrow has been removed from. There have been a number of deer that have been killed, and it looks like they were killed by like a pack of hyena, and then their hearts were removed, things like that. So there's a lot of signs here. It's odd though, because typically they would have shown by now. Typically you would have seen a human victim or something like that by now, but no, nothing like that has happened. But it's probably one of these two, and they're splitting up. They talked for a brief moment, even. They just kind of brushed by one another. It looks like they had a moment of casual conversation, or maybe a plan. You don't know. But they split up, and so do you. That's why I'm using one of my moves in the flashback. Jaeger, you follow one of them, and Lester, you follow the other. A bit scraggly, but he fits the description. You follow them a ways, off through the parking lot, off the other side. One of them, I would say, is probably eating something from the one that you're following, Lester. It was probably eating like a burger or something from Burger Beast, and has kind of walked off into the woods just a little bit, and you can see, and you're trying to follow along without him noticing you so much. And you see what amounts to a almost kind of like a small homeless camp for kind of there. He's approaching it. This could be the werewolf. Lester, what are you doing?
I'm hiding basically in the bushes, watching.
Okay. Michael, you get a feeling that you're being watched. It's weird. What do you do?
Stop walking for a sec, kind of look around. The free hand, not on the burger, kind of slowly slides around towards the back where my revolver is tucked away, and I keep walking.
All right. Sounds like you're reading a bad situation. Go ahead and roll.
Read that situation.
Okay. Neat. Big success. All right. So yeah, you're kind of listening around, trying to see who might be watching you, looking about, and you spot Lester watching you from the bushes. There's this moment where you're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Lester, you're like, oh shit, he's seen me. this guy's definitely the werewolf. And about that time, you hear a low growl. To the side of both of you. You both stop. Turn to your side. And there standing kind of in between the two of you, sort of, well, in between you got both where both of you are and the burger beast. So you can't like go back to the burger beast, but sort of adjacent positioned off to the side of you is a 9-foot tall, hulking white figure. Lester, you've read about werewolves. Michael, you don't even know that they exist, so this is a bit of a shock for you at the moment. But Lester, you've read about werewolves, and whatever this is, it looks like one. But they're usually not solid white, and they're usually not 9 feet tall. And holy shit, it's already moving. Oh my god, it's already moving. It's chasing us.
What the hell?
It's immediately coming after you. You can see the earth being torn up between its paws as it steps. Each step digging into the earth, throwing soil up behind it in this huge array. I mean, it is like, it must weigh close to a ton. And it is just barreling down on you. It sounds sort of like a vehicle or a train tearing through the forest. There are, in fact, a few trees roughly in its way, and they bend to its will as it passes through and smacks them.
I get out of my bush and run towards Michael and say, "Oh, fuck, it wasn't you. Run!" And run right past him.
I'd swing the gun out and try shooting at it.
Okay. You're still at distance right now, so I'm gonna say that's act under pressure. Oh my god. All right, advanced success. So you hit it
Wow.
in the face with your revolver. Literally like 3 shots. And it takes all 3 shots in the face, and it does stumble for the briefest moment. And you're like, yeah, okay, I got it. What the fuck is that thing? And you take like a step towards it, and it shakes it off, rises up, and you see out of the beautiful white fur these 3 marks of red where the blood was. Each of them spits out the bullets. And a wide smile opens up on this toothy maw as it begins to charge for you. And instinctively, you're already terrified and running. It does its howl. So I actually need you hear this bellowing howl noise. I need to make you make a roll, and I forget which one it is, so hold on a second. Fuck, where is it at?
Just regular bullets, huh?
He doesn't even know werewolves exist at this point.
What were you doing in the fucking woods with a hamburger?
He's a vagrant.
You can't go take a piss.
Snack attack.
Snack
All right.
attack.
Snack attack, baby.
Oh my
Well, he's not actually in the woods. He's out back of the place, but he's where the woods meet the parking lot. Sorry, I'm trying to find the move. I lost it earlier when everything exploded. Oh, okay. So you have to roll. So both of you have to roll an act under pressure, is what it is, to not run. Which I think you're gonna run anyway, but just go ahead and both roll an act under pressure, and we'll know if the running is voluntary or not. All right. So not voluntary for you. You were immediately like, and just running without the ability to do anything else.
Gun doesn't work. Time to go.
Oh shit, that didn't work. Yeah. Go ahead and you can roll Lester as well. Oh, you actually succeeded. So if Lester, if you wanted to, with that mixed success, you could try to stay around instead of running. But you already declared you were running, so it's fine. I'm just letting you know like what is happening psychologically for you, what is available to you. So with that, you both tear off, running a little bit deeper into the woods, kind of skirting around the side, trying to get kind of back into civilization. This isn't your grandmother's werewolf. I just read that. And with that, Jaeger, having heard the howl and sprinted back, you step into range with the beast. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to do something here. You can try to kick some ass or something if you want to try and like attack it, or do something else you want to try and push it away. But you basically bust out of the woods right next to where they are, and right as this is happening, let me try and lay the scene out for you. You both of you are sprinting from this thing who's chasing you and gaining on you so fast it's kind of pointless to even run, right? But you're still obviously trying. Michael, you're behind because Lester's already ran past you. At this point, you're both kind of screaming and running, and it leaps into the air. And you walk out, Jaeger, right as that happens, and it tackles Michael to the ground. You see them, and it rises up with a crumpled form of Michael beneath, and its maw, which is huge, by the way, right? We're talking like this big. It's covered basically this entire part of his body in one giant bite as its fangs raise up, and we see these silvery colored teeth dripping saliva of some sort released from it, red spewing from the wound as Michael screams involuntarily in pain and passes out. What do you do, Jaeger?
I'm gonna grab Lester and pull him the hell away from that thing.
Okay. So he's still running, so you're basically like moving him away as he kind of runs past you. You've got your sword in hand, I would say, as well, because you knew you were going after a werewolf in this case.
Yeah, definitely make sure I'm in between it and Lester.
Okay. It hunches down on all fours, kind of ignoring Michael for the briefest moment, takes a few steps cautiously towards you, tilting its head. These eyes flare this bright orange red for a moment, and it begins to move towards you. Fangs bared.
Look, that thing almost killed me. Get the fuck out of here.
So yeah, Lester, you keep running a ways behind Jaeger or whatever. You might take a minute, like here in a second or whatever, turn around and see, like, but there's like a good distance between you, Jaeger. So it's like you, then Jaeger's way back here, then the monster's coming towards him, and then the crumpled form of Michael on the ground behind the monster. What are you doing, Jaeger? It's coming towards you. I'm setting up a soft move, just so you know. That's a soft move, which sets up a hard move.
Any chance of running?
I mean, it runs much faster than you. You saw that already. Whatever this is, I would say you being the expert that you are, you would recognize immediately that, yeah, this is some kind of werewolf, but this is not a normal fucking werewolf.
Well, I'll hope Silver will do the job and take aim for the leg, prepping to duck its jump.
Okay.
Or lunge, which I assume it will do.
So it does. It speeds up its slow crawl towards you cautiously for a minute, tilts its head back, maw open, and then leaps forward like it did towards Michael. Sounds like you're trying to kick some ass. I remind you, you have a boon.
How's that work in this?
I mean, it'll still work. Yeah, it will be. I mean, there's gonna be consequences if you fuck this up in terms of injuries and stuff like that, but how much luck you have to spend and stuff like that. So if you want to come out ahead in terms of luck or whatever, because you can always spend luck to succeed as well.
Well, yeah, I'll use that.
Well, you use luck post roll, so you would roll first and be like, I want to change that, or you can use the boon ahead of the roll, whichever one you want to do.
Luck is no joke.
Yeah,
luck is
boon
you
ahead
only
of
have
the
7 luck. All right,
Boon ahead of the roll.
boon ahead of the roll.
How's that work?
You would just roll an extra D. So you would do your normal thing, and then I will figure this out here. Yeah, so just roll twice, and we just take whichever result is the best. Okay, so better by 1. Mixed success, but better by 1. All right. Jane, do you have the combat shit up?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I got the main.
Oops, I
lookup.
moved Jaeger on the stream there. Oops, I did it again. Hold on, technical difficulty. I unlocked him by accident and then I moved him.
I'm
There we go. You're wiggling, yep. All right, sorry. Okay, kick some ass. It's the first time we've done this, so I'm trying to see.
Something you were looking for.
Yeah, I'm looking for the result table on kick some ass. For what a 9 is.
What's in the, for starters, it's in the sheet. So on a
There it is. Yeah, but I don't have sheets. That's what I'm saying.
You and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. So basically, depending on what's happening, it's the harm rating of your weapon, and the enemy inflicts their harm on you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so go ahead and tell me how much harm that is.
I think it's 2.
Okay. And then you take a claw across the chest as you run in and are kind of slammed back and hit this tree and bounce off of it. All of the wind knocked out of your chest as you hit the ground and take 3 harm. But the creature, now looking down at the slash across its chest, which is bubbling, stumbles back a minute, looks at you, looks at Michael, and then tears off into the forest beyond. You look up, you're injured, but you're still stable or whatever, you're above 4. Michael is down and unconscious. Well, not entirely unconscious. I guess you're kind of like stumbling around. Why did you move up here? Yeah, why did your token keep moving? That's weird. Huh.
Are there
Anyway.
other people on this picture?
Yeah, everybody's on there. If you turn, you can look and see them.
There's other people.
You gotta turn your token
my
and look and
God.
see them.
Oh god, they're all here.
Yeah, everybody's there. Here, I'll make it so people can see what you're talking about. Oh,
I
that's
got my
the hush
character
map.
sheet sort of covering that, so I was like, what, token? What do you mean, token?
Yeah, there's the tokens on the map they can move around in right there. Anyway. So, with that, the large white werewolf beast takes off into the woods. What do you do, Jaeger?
Ow. Fuck that thing. Look towards Lester.
Lester's like, probably at this point, I would say you've stopped running and can kind of see that Michael's down. Jaeger's kind of down and getting up, and then the beast is running off into the woods in the opposite direction now.
Yeah, I would turn around and run back to Jaeger. Start running back towards Jaeger.
Get the first aid kit. We're gonna need it.
Okay.
Is in the car?
Yeah, probably.
I'll run to the car and start looking around for a first aid kit.
All right, I would say it's in there, probably readied, wherever you would put it. It's kind of up to you to tell me where you put it.
I would assume I'll find it like in the trunk or the back seat.
Okay.
Probably both.
So I'll take it back to Jaeger and open it up. What do I do?
Let me.
You're good at sewing.
I'll try and use the first aid kit to help Michael. Or this
Okay, act under pressure.
conscious kind of guy.
Michael, you're loosely conscious. You can talk and stuff, but you're just basically. So if you want to say something, you can, but do it from the perspective of you just got attacked by a 9-foot tall werewolf. Did you roll? There it is. Yeah, he's been bitten by a giant werewolf, and you're not sure what to do. You might be able to help him a little bit, but not here. The hospital might be able to help him with the wound, but the hospital won't be able to help him with the werewolf part. There's only really one person you know that might have an idea about what to do in town.
I'll pull out some gauze and wipe a little blood off of his chest. I'm trying to help.
Oh, this is bad. We're gonna need help with this one.
What do
We're
you
gonna
do?
save you, buddy. We're gonna save you.
Like I said, Michael, you can talk. You're just barely there, kind of in a daze and confused, getting feverish.
Mostly just like coughing and groans of pain and stuff.
All right, Jaeger, what are you doing?
Basic bandages to keep him from bleeding out, putting him in and dragging him to the car.
Okay, with the two of you, you manage to get him in the back seat. There's a substantial amount of moaning, a little bit of blood getting in the back seat of the car as you drive off down the road. That
Mumble of I know I hit it in the face.
right. I shot in the face. I shot in the face. I shot in the face. But before too long, the car screeches to a halt out front of a house. Why don't you describe your house to me, Jane? And
So it
while
is
we're
like
at it,
a-
Jaeger's car.
It's like a tiny 2-story house. It has sort of a gravel walkway right up to the front, very symmetrical. Grass on both sides, a little bit long. It's got kind of a little bit unkept bushes, holly bushes, kind of lining the front, as well as some kind of creeping vines growing up the front of the house.
That's cool. I like that. I love those. Like in real life, I actually like those like buying things up the sides of houses. That's cool. All right, so yeah, with you screech into the driveway, kind of catty cornered at this point because you're in such a rush. Bust out of the doors and drag Michael out. I guess he can kind of walk, but I mean it's like you're sort of like both dragging him. He's feverish and stumbling and mumbling about. I shot it in the face. And you go up to the door and bang on it, I guess, or unless you called him.
That's the hospital.
Better than a hospital.
Who comes calling at my door? And I'll swing it open. What's going on?
Jane almost got killed by a werewolf.
Werewolf?
This guy saved me.
You were bitten?
No, not me. This guy saved me here.
This man was bitten and you brought him here? What are you, an absolute fool? Jaeger, I thought you knew better. I thought you knew better than this. If this man was bitten, he needs to be destroyed. What? You know better than that.
Oh, he saved my life. I didn't see. I don't think he was bitten.
What do you? He was obviously bitten. Look at him.
He's just punctured.
What?
I will say, looking at it, you're like, if that's a werewolf bite, then I don't. That's crazy because it's like his whole fucking chest, right? It's enormous. It's like the size of like a full alligator's head.
You know better than bring him in here. Maybe I could do something for the pain, and I'll start I'll step back and run to the kitchen and start doing something. So the main part of the house is really all one room. It's like a very cozy like parlor. It's got like a fireplace. It has like everything's wood. It has like leather couches and things to sit on. Everything's really sort of warm and cozy, and it's all basically one room down here with a kitchen in the back.
So you step into the kitchen, wetting a rag in the sink. I would say
I reach up and pull down some willow bark and start grounding it up real fast.
Okay, that's good. So you're doing that, and you briefly look out the window of your kitchen, like your kitchen window, and kind of reach up to close the curtain so people can't like look in to see what's happening inside. And as you do, you catch this vision of one of the many ancient oaks that surround everything in Hushwood. And you get this memory of you stepping into that black library, reading that book, an image of that tree, werewolves, lichens, shifters. The 1500s, John Dee cured a shifter. He used protector oak. Protector oak, one of the main ingredients in the formula. You should have all of the ingredients necessary. What do you do?
Go back into the main room where he's presumably laid out on a table.
It's not a flashback within a flashback. It's just a separate one.
I thought that too. That's funny as hell.
Here, take this. You poor thing. You know. What is your name? What's his name? Michael. I can try something for you, but it's a long shot. I'm sorry this happened to you, but wait here, and I will run back into the kitchen. I'll pull out a key, open a door, and run down into my cellar. A minute later, run back up, and I have a box that has some ingredients in it that I had sort of ignored, but I had gathered some of these ingredients knowing that something like this might happen. And I pull it out and I try to mix up this concoction.
All right, sounds like you're trying to use magic.
Ooh, magic user, baby.
Okay.
Sorry, I've never done this before. It's a long shot.
The acrid smell of this bubbling mixture that Jane puts together on the stove and then pours through a cheesecloth, eventually leaving this sludge and herbs and bits of bark behind into this small tin teacup. The smell permeates the whole of the place. It smells. The best thing I could think of it is like if you boiled vomit. There's this sort of pungent, sweet smell, and it's awful. And behind it all, there's this kind of note of wood, which I would assume that this one of the ingredients that you had was J5. One of the ingredients you had was some of the ancient oak from one of the trees you probably gathered in town. So
I have
Oh, okay. It's up to you, however you want to do that.
I have an oak tree in the backyard as well.
Okay. Everybody does, right? In Hushwood.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you gather the ingredients, and with that roll of a mixed success, you are able to administer it and kind of do what you set out to do. You pour it in his mouth, I assume. Michael, you're probably having a hard time drinking it on your own, right? So they probably have to sit you up and have you drink it. It tastes awful. It's super bad, but you're so kind of delirious that it's one of those things where they can kind of like just hold your nose and you'll swallow it kind of thing without even meaning to. And eventually you down this teacup of sludge. You set the teacup to the side. And a few minutes later, his body begins to convulse. Under your breath, Jinx, you can't help but mutter, I'm not sure he's going to make it. And that's where our camera fades away. All right. And that. All right, cool. Now, moving back to contemporary times, I should say, we are back within Jaeger's office here. Michael steps out. The conversation has been had about things that can eat hearts and such, what you might be dealing with. What do you guys do? Where do you go next, etc.?
Shall we move this conversation to the basement?
Talking about things that eat hearts, probably.
Jaeger, would you mind if I borrowed your office for a moment?
Go ahead. I'll move up front and like close the store.
Okay. Once again, you're like, man,
Again.
I never get to stay open. Right. Once again, the ringing of the bell. Ding. By this time, by like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. maybe. All right.
I will, when I'm in private, I will ring the number for my contact in my organization, Camille.
Okay. It rings. You can hear it pick up. There is no voice.
This is Jinx, of course. There's been an update with the white thing. There's been an incident on campus, and 2 men have had their hearts eaten, perhaps. I have completed the mission at the cemetery and found the object I was to retrieve. What are your instructions?
You hear the phone click, hang up. A few moments later, you get a text message on your cell phone.
I'll read it. Let me roll, actually. Ooh.
Oh, okay, yeah, you need to use that move. All right.
So, when in good standing with your sect, at the beginning of each mystery, roll a charm. On 10, they provide you some info. On 7 and 9, they give you a mission associated with the mystery. And then if you do the mission, you get some info. Here, they ask you to do something bad.
Yeah.
If you refuse it, I'll be in trouble with the sect.
Okay. You get a text message. The text message is a location. And it says, place it here. The location is the hospital. And there is a little, how to put this? So they're not like coordinates. It's basically like a description, but like so vague of a description it could kind of be describing almost anything. But essentially, it sounds as though it's telling you to put it in the steamwork tunnels beneath the hospital.
All right, and then I will.
It doesn't say urgent or anything, so you can do it at your own pace.
I'll go down and join them in the cellar.
Nothing bad happens down there. Okay, so you go down and join them in the cellar. The you walk into the back room. There is a method of getting in there that is somewhat secretive. Tell me about it, Jaeger. How did they get into your? Well, we'll just go ahead and talk about it now. Your secret fucking hideout that's underneath the goddamn ground. He has a whole hideout. So, describe to me how this works, what it looks like, and how you get in there.
It's basically a bookshelf in the office
Okay.
that slides to the side, revealing a stairs down to a door. And past that door is an old subway station that was incomplete.
It's like sealed off and stuff now.
Yeah, mostly
All right.
sealed off. I got lights rigged up, emergency generator if I need it. And one section of this sort of station is converted into a library.
Okay. I would say it's probably you've done such a good job of like cleaning it up and stuff in there that it's starting to come together, but there's still probably some boxes and stuff around where because you were doing all the work and stuff where you've been moving in over time, so it's still kind of coming together. The idea was that by the end of, this whole adventure, you've sort of got your stuff all set up. So I would say at this point you're like 90% done putting everything in. So there's still some boxes with books in them that you're putting on the shelves kind of thing, but it's like the place is together and you're kind of seeing it now for I would say this is probably maybe the first time you guys have like gone down here as it's put really together and been like, okay, we're really using this place for a case now. So that's kind of cool. So you step into the space, go down the stairs.
Here. Doesn't quite smell like peppermint yet, like the upstairs, but I'm sure you'll get there, right?
Little work every day.
Yeah, looks good though. This is cool. This is real cool, you guys. This is cool. All right. What eats hearts? We got books. We got some. What do we need here? What eats hearts? What type of shapeshifters are there?
Put my new book away and start looking for other lore books to bring out to a study table.
Okay.
Tell me where to look. I'll start looking too.
Not quite organized yet.
Fair. I just start looking in random places that I'm standing next to. Opening
boxes, pulling through books. You pull up this one book and look at it. It's quite thick. Our camera zooms in on it and then transitions to you holding another book as you approach a door. Not that long ago. Just a little more than a year ago. I love you holding the book with the jacket. It's so good. Just like looked up and saw you. I can't not laugh when I see it. You're approaching a door. You're on mission.
Is it a pretty nice door?
It's the house that Jane described earlier. So
I'll knock on this door.
Okay, Jane.
One moment, please.
Take your time.
I'll open the door. Hello there, sir. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm Elder Smoot. How are you doing today?
Mr. Smoot, I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
That's good to hear. Oh, the sun's shining and I'm got breath in my lungs. Gotta bless this day from the Lord, right?
Absolutely. Well, will you come in?
Oh, I'd love to actually. I was just about to ask.
I was just putting tea on. Would you like some?
Oh, none for me, thank you. I'll take some.
Anything else?
I mean, if you have some hot water, man.
Uh-oh.
I'll
follow
Looks like
well,
Zoom
Please,
froze
please
for a
have a
second.
seat in my parlor. I love guests.
Yeah,
Please have a
wow.
seat.
You're real.
We're good
Oh,
now,
man,
but Zoom froze for a second there. I don't know how
Oh,
many
me?
things people saw. All of Zoom froze for the
Oh.
stream. So yeah,
well,
we're good now.
Oh, sorry. My name's Jane. Welcome to my home.
Jane, I'm sorry. Jane, that's a little informal for me,
Well,
if you
my
don't
name's
mind.
Jane Meyer.
Miss Meyer, all right. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you, Miss Meyer.
Please, when you feel comfortable, please do call me Jane.
Of course.
Make yourself at home.
You can call me Gideon if you feel like it.
I would love that. Thank you. And I'll
Alright.
kind of walk to the kitchen and start pouring some tea. So, what brings you here, Gideon?
Well, a couple things. The main thing is I'm on mission actually for my church, in my community.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm just out here, meeting people, getting to know the world really, and just, sharing my love of the Lord with
That's
people
great. What do
who
you,
willing
what do you
to
think
listen.
of our little town here?
Hushwood?
Yeah. Do you see
It's a real nice place. Interesting is an understatement. I feel like I've had a little bit of a run
tell
of
me
bad
more.
luck. Well,
Oh.
yeah. I mean, I try to stay positive through it all, but to tell you the truth, it's been kind of wearing down on me lately, and I don't know. Yeah, this town, something about this place. Like 2 weeks after getting here, I was with my companion for almost a year. Oh, I'm spacing on his name right now.
I'll sit and I'll have tea in front of me and hot water.
Chris. I think his name's Chris.
Okay, I'll say while you're having this conversation, the camera is kind of slowly panning around the table, and we see you sitting there like sipping hot water and stuff and tea. And then as you're having the conversation, we start to see the scene change and your clothes change. Like you've had multiple meetings here where you've talked. The story that you tell becomes voiceover from Gideon's voice as he tells his story, and we see them carry out multiple conversations and slowly kind of become friends over a course of a few days of talking to one another. Not all at this one time, but meeting multiple meetings at Jane's house.
You see Gideon go out of his way basically to kind of make a stop here, even after proselytizing in other parts of the town. He'll kind of wrap his way back around here just for like that afternoon meeting.
Okay, awesome. Okay, and with that, we follow Gideon once again walking down the street to proselytize. This time a different house. You pass by Jane's house. You've already talked to her today. It was a pleasant conversation. You don't think you're gonna convert her, but
Upstairs waving.
You don't think you're going to convert her, but every time you've had the conversation, you've kind of felt at peace. There's sort of been a bit of like, she definitely listens to your perspective. She does not judge you based off of your religion or anything like that. But I would say like Jane probably hasn't revealed anything of herself yet, right? About any of what she's involved in. But you can definitely tell she's kind of involved in her own faith in a way.
It's been like a weirdly therapeutic thing for Gideon for sure.
That's cool. That makes sense, I think, like given his situation recently, right? And having left her house earlier this day, you have approached a new one, one that you have been planning to go to for a while. It is a small house this time, kind of ranch style, single floor. Not as nice, not anywhere near as nice. It's actually on the edge of town, a bit run down. There is a garage attached to the side. It is closed. There's also a small driveway that pulls into that garage. There's a car as well in that driveway, which is, I don't know. We never gave Jaeger a chance to describe his car. What's your car, Jaeger?
I'm blanking on it. It's a little blue 4-door economy Ford.
Escort? That would be contemporary to the 90s and the early 2000s. It'd be like the Taurus,
Spire.
the Spire, okay. Okay, so you see this little blue car as you walk up to the door, Gideon.
I will proceed to knock on the door.
Okay.
After I'll take a look at my reflection in one of the side mirrors or the window of the car and like straighten my appearance up real quick.
Okay.
Like dab some sweat off my head.
A moment later, the door opens and a very thin gentleman greets your eye. He has hair that comes down to about the middle of his chest. It's all black and looks as though it hasn't been washed in quite some time. He's wearing what looks to be just a plain white tank top undershirt that's a little bit ill-fitting and slightly stained. He's also wearing a set of what you might just describe as like basketball shorts and socks on his feet. He looks you up and down as soon as he opens the door. Like he immediately like pulls the door open wide. And you're kind of like, oh, I was still knocking. Okay. And then he just looks you starting from feet all the way up to make eye contact with you. Yeah.
Howdy there. I'm Elder Smoot. How's your day going, sir?
Yeah. Come on in.
Oh, well I'm having a good day here. All right. Well, I'm glad you invited me in, sir. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
Go ahead and
There,
lock
and I'll
that
follow
door
him
behind
inside.
you there.
Lock it? Oh, sure. Yeah.
And
Okay.
can't be too
the top bolt.
careful.
Do you want the chain or the deadbolt? I'll just do both.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Safety first, right? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
You boys running packs, huh?
Yeah, usually.
And he walks into the living room area just around the corner of this filthy home. And I mean filthy. There's like plates of food that have been just rotting for probably months from the way they look, just sitting out. The sink is piled so high with dishes that you literally cannot see the faucet. There are flies buzzing in the interior of the place. He leads you into a living room of dusty furniture.
You have a real pleasant home here, mister. Nice and cozy.
Take a seat.
Yep.
You step into the living room, and there to greet you is a person in very similar dress to you.
Brother. I'm
Jaeger?
sorry, I didn't know there was someone else here already. I'm Elder Smoot. What's your name, brother?
You okay there, Psycho?
No, I was just having a little hiccup. Elder Tayson.
Elder Tayson. Well, all right. Huh. Like I said, I didn't know there was anyone else here in Hushwood. And where's your companion?
You got more?
Getting lunch.
Oh, that's... How come you're not eating together?
Great.
What? I'm sorry, what was your name again, sir? You let us into your home here.
He still hasn't answered, and he's walked up to the blinds now, and you can see he's twisting the rods to close them.
Well,
I haven't had lunch yet myself.
Well,
what are
feel
you
free.
boys looking for? And he smiles, this big, wide smile. It's not inhumanly wide, but it's kind of creepy.
Well, shoot, if your companion's out to lunch, I guess I could fill in. You want to fill me in on where you all were at in your conversation? Maybe I could just jump in here. You ever been baptized? Sorry, I'm nervous.
You could say that. As he sits down,
Oh.
kind of staring across from you.
Is there like some
Licking his
newspapers?
lips slightly.
Is there like a stack of newspapers near?
There's
one
like piles of magazines. This is the hoarder's house, basically. It's
I
just
will take-
completely full of stuff.
I will take like a newspaper or a magazine or two, if that's what's nearest, and I'll place it on the chair that I'm looking
Okay.
at sitting in. And then I'll just sit down, like super like compartmentalized. Like,
You guys want, I don't know, whiskey or something?
oh, no, no, thank you. You hear
Well,
that?
don't mind if I do. And he stands up and walks
help
over
yourself.
to a cabinet and opens it up. When he opens it up, you can see all of these bottles and stuff. Some of them are just smashed open, like liquid dribbling down. There's clearly blood on one of them, like that it's been like he's cut himself on it or something like that, or somebody has. It's dried on there. And he pulls free one of the broken bottles, not one of the open ones, and just closes the cabinet and smells it a bit and takes a sip off of it.
It's a fine
Yeah,
collection
go
of
on.
alcohols you got there. Nice
Yeah.
spirits.
I like
Yeah.
those
I'm
spirits.
gonna look at Elder Tarson. Did you say your name was?
Jason.
Jason. I'm just gonna look at you, kind of like for help.
Smoot, did you say? Where's your partner?
Yeah. That's kind of a long story. I'd be happy to share it with you though, but
At this
Where were
point,
you?
at this point, the guy has walked to the other blinds. He's shut all of the blinds while you're kind of talking to each other. He's walking around the
it's
room
dark
doing
in
that.
here, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Sorta up to the chest.
well, I mean, let me ask about your drinking, sir. How long have you been partaking?
So at this point, Jaeger, you're kind of turned towards Gideon, just answering his question about you being Elder Tayson and all that, and or whatever you said. What is it, Tayson? Is that what you said? Tayson. Yeah.
Tayson?
Tayson, yeah. So about that, your back is turned to him a little bit. Gideon, you look up right at this guy, right about to mention the drinking, and you can see he just drops the half bottle. It slumps just to the ground, doesn't break. It just
That's the right
splashes.
idea.
He splashes on the ground, and then his jaw.
I think we're having an effect.
His jaw disconnects.
Oh,
It hangs down about a foot. And you see black bubbling up from his jaws as he begins to start to take a huge bite to swallow the back of Jaeger's head.
oh no! I will like to. I'm a. What is it called?
In order to do it, you gotta do it. Just describe to me what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I'm a fucking. Oh god, I'm gonna raise my book up into the air and I'm gonna charge at this thing that looks like it's about to consume my brother here.
Okay, well,
And
in order
I'm
to you
gonna-
gotta do it. It sounds like you're trying to kick some ass.
I'm trying to kick this fucking thing's ass just instinctually. I'm gonna fucking beat him with my Book of Mormon.
I don't know what kind of weapon that counts as, but I like it. Go ahead and roll.
There's something for improv.
All right.
Yeah, there are improvised weapons. It's a holy book, so I'm probably going to count it slightly differently because of what he's fighting. But
Oh, that's what I was looking for. The power of heart. When fighting a monster, if you help someone, don't roll cool. You automatically help as though you rolled a 10.
okay, that's helping. You're not helping. You're kicking ass. That's the help action thing we talked about before.
Okay.
Normally it would be 0 harm.
But it says
Yeah.
when fighting a monster, though. So, like.
Yeah, when fighting a monster and you're helping someone. So you're helping someone
it's
is
like-
the action type.
okay.
Like I said earlier, there's 3 basic things, right? There's like kick some ass, help somebody, and protect
Gotcha.
someone. And then there's, kind of how that works based off the context, with in tags and stuff.
So what do I roll here? What is this?
Just kick some ass. You roll, kick some ass. That's all.
I'm like confused on what to push on my sheet.
Oh,
You just there should be a dice next to so up at the top where all your moves are. There should be a dice next to kick some ass, and just click it.
Oh, there are white squares
Yeah.
until I hover over it. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, the icon, but
And then default toughness.
yeah, it's just all default.
Input value 0. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no holds or anything.
Hey.
Holy shit, you rolled awesome.
Get off my brother! And I'm just gonna charge this guy.
Okay, well, I will say in that, let me read this real quick.
so you would do 0 harm, and now because you got a full success, you can choose an option which would be maybe +1 harm. So now you actually did 1 harm. Is how it would normally work.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll give you because of the
Okay, which is
circumstances,
perfect.
because of the situation. I will, I'll say you did really, really well there as you managed to basically tackle this thing and you roll over with it and knock it over. Jaeger, you turn to the side. This thing has completely changed. You were here for a skinwalker. This looks similar. That's not a skinwalker. What the fuck is that? Gideon, you don't have a clue what you're looking at. And like, this is,
I'm just beaten.
you're just beating it with your book. It manages to throw you off of it, and in the process, claws across your chest. You're bleeding. You do take 2 harm, and then unless you have armor on or whatever, then it would be reduced. And then after that, then it jumps up.
My temple garments
Armor
count as
of
armor?
faith.
Yeah, do my temple garments count as armor?
They do if it tells you they do.
They would say
No, they don't.
They specifically
my
say,
temple
yeah.
garments are my Mormon underwear.
Okay, yeah, they don't count as armor. There's like armor, there's like heavy, light, concealed, but no, I don't think temple garments count as a default armor type.
Armor of the
Okay.
Lord.
Well, maybe against something, but not against claws. So it claws across your chest anyway. So it claws across your chest,
It's a 2-piece thing. Actually.
knocking you off. You bounce off of that same cabinet that had all the broken glass and stuff in it, the broken bottles, and you smash the cabinet. The sound of the bottles smashing from inside and the spilling of this booze all over the place around. It stings your wound on your chest that you just suffered, and you fall into the ground. The creature, strange though it may be, busts through the window and escapes. Jaeger, what the fuck do you do? This guy has just gotten slashed across the chest by some kind of skinwalker-like thing.
Well, holy crap! That was
Oh,
not
God.
what I was expecting.
Are you okay?
I'll grab my first aid from my pocket.
Okay.
Little pocket first aid kit.
Did I get him?
To basically
I don't know
anytime
about
someone's-
getting him.
When anybody's wounded, you can do first aid, and it basically reduces the wound by 1.
Yeah,
Generally
so
speaking, you don't have to
I'll say
roll.
you can do basic first aid and you can reduce that wound by 1 on the way here. But Jaeger, you would know if it's a skinwalker, he might change. So he needs to be watched.
Really hurts.
You do know someone that might be able to help. They help Michael.
This is after Michael.
This is after Michael.
Oh.
Oh boy, here we go again. Well, friend,
Help me. Take me to a hospital.
I got you. Don't worry, and I'll help him to the car.
You're not as badly hurt as Michael was, though. You can like.
What the hell
walk and
was that
stuff.
thing?
Not a skinwalker, I can tell you that.
What the hell is a skin? I mean, sorry. What the heck is a skinwalker?
I think it's okay.
It's stressful.
for I mean, you know, maybe not in normal circumstances would you curse, but you just got attacked by a fucking creature.
He might have said exactly
That's
what he
canon.
said.
What just happened then was
Yeah.
canon. I like stopped
So
myself.
sorry.
I was like,
Yeah.
sorry, Lord. What the heck is a skinwalker?
Sit down. Don't bleed out on me.
I'll
make a
try
phone
my
call real
best.
quick.
Okay, a few moments later, the vehicle once again pulls up
Gideon
into
will
a,
start
it,
praying.
it is screech to a familiar house to you, Gideon. This is Jane's house.
You know this place. This is Miss Meyer? Meyer's house.
Oh, well, good thing we're close. So,
It's
hang
a
on.
weird hospital.
And I'll just sort of like his arm over my shoulder, go up to the front door, just pound on it.
Once again. All right, Jane.
Yes, coming. And I'll swing open the door. Oh no, Mr. Totten, Mr.
Hi, Miss Meyer.
Mr. Smoot, what happened to you? Come in.
Apparently not a skinwalker.
What is he talking about?
Well, we were in this gentleman's house, so I was assumed a skinwalker. And,
What?
this guy saved me, but well, look at him. And the claws of a skinwalker are not a good thing, as you might know.
As we both know.
But hey, magic.
This is not a simple thing.
There's nothing you
Lamp
know to
down.
help, by the way, Jane. There's you
Oh,
might be
so
able to help
this
the
would
pain,
be-
but you have no idea if you could save him at all. The other thing would work for werewolves, but
Oh.
the best you could do is just watch and hope he doesn't change, and if he does, kill him.
This is
What's that?
not the same thing. What does he know? What I did before will not work. Not if it was a skinwalker.
I'll describe
Just-
the creature.
We just have to
You
hope.
guys know each other?
And I'll go run into the kitchen.
I like
and
that they're
pull out
just
like
ignoring you.
I'll get like a big sponge and I'll just come and just like basically start like rubbing your wound like and like really really aggressively trying to like
Ow, okay.
like
All
pull
right.
out blood like like kind of drain it.
Kinda hurts.
This isn't enough, and I'll run back into the kitchen and get like a glass and a lighter, and I'll like try to like create a vacuum in the glass and like put it on
like
your
cup it?
wound. Yeah, like try to like suck out. This just hold still.
I will say,
all right.
as you do that,
This
it's
is
like
life
a
or
black.
death.
It's like a little bit of a black ooze gets pulled from the wound, but it's just the tiniest little amount.
I'm sure you're prepared to see your god, but
What is that?
I'm not prepared for that quite yet.
When it hits the air, it sort of evaporates.
It doesn't look like you got it too bad. Maybe
What was that?
I'm sorry. You
All right.
Let's hope
What
for the
attacked
best.
me?
Just
What was that?
That's
whatever
a good
prayers you have,
question.
now is the time, sir.
Right, the camera goes into a familiar position, spinning around them, the exact
Father
same
in
pace,
heaven.
the exact same pace that we had seen in the previous flashback when they had conversations over a period of time. But this time, it's them over the course of this night, explaining to Gideon the truth of this world, and watching to see if he changes. And morning comes, and he never does.
Name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right. And with that, we move back to contemporary times once more. We'll eventually get through all these flashbacks. I promise. There's only one more.
Jane was sitting there in a chair with her crossbow on her lap.
Okay. Okay, so you're sitting here still in Jaeger's, now in the basement, looking through all these tomes for things that bite hearts and stuff. You look through one of that book that you now sit down, or that our camera had been focusing on, Gideon. You sit that down and you can see on the cover it just says Skinwalkers on it. You put it back on the shelf, that's not it, and pull free another one and begin sorting through them. What do you guys do?
Start hitting
Jaeger-
the books. read
Jaeger,
through what I got.
let me know if I can be of any assistance, and I will kind of go off into a quiet corner. pull out some chalk and a little pouch and start drawing symbols on the ground.
Yeah.
Is it still Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, the day hasn't changed. I mean, in the past it has. We get in flashbacks, but
Right.
But yeah.
After some
it's just like a few hours later.
after some time's passed, I will pull out of the pouch a deck of tarot cards. Oh no, sorry, a pack of random little bones. You're not quite sure what they're from, and I will shake them in my hands and roll them.
Okay.
Attempt to do fortunes to predict the future. So now I'm just like staring at these bones.
Okay. What's the table read on that?
Okay, so a full success. I have hold of 3.
Okay.
So basically, throughout the rest of the mission, I can spend these 3 holds 1 for 1 to either have a useful object ready, be somewhere you are needed just in time, take 1 forward or give 1 forward to another hunter, or preemptively warn someone about an attack so that it doesn't happen.
Okay. Well, you can choose to do any of those you wish.
Yeah, but I'll basically hold those for the rest of this.
Right, for the rest of
mission
this mystery, not this
and both-
session,
yes,
but this
exactly,
mystery.
Exactly.
So basically, as long as it says the legends are real down there on the over there on the thing, it'll be to your left, Michael, if you pointed left. Yeah. Yeah, good job, Jaeger. All right, so you have those holds. The spell completes, and the bones themselves at the completion of the spell all just kind of slightly shake a bit and scatter lightly. It's not a fancy, like it's not like a D&D spell, right? It's not flashy, nothing like that. It just barely moves a little bit at the end. Could have even fallen over.
It doesn't
But from
even
your
move. I roll them and they're just a pile of bones.
They're
in
just
there.
there.
And I
They're
like
just there.
interpret them. Like,
Okay, so you
what are
you
these
basically write down
relationship to
or
different
think
bones,
about
like-
whatever
like
magic you
fortune
do.
telling, exactly.
Yeah. Just straight divination kind of thing. And then
Solve the bones.
yeah, you've got that. So
Verbal
the rest
cut.
of you are hitting the books as Jaeger described. So it sounds like somebody's helping somebody investigate a mystery with the books.
I guess I'll do the investigating.
I'm just
Go right
looking
ahead.
through random books and boxes.
So Lester helping me out.
I'm blowing dust off of these tomes.
Yep.
All right, so go ahead and roll for the helping.
Where is
Sure.
that?
Can maybe make it better or worse.
So
Should
again,
be
Hunter
top of your
moves
sheet.
reference the second one. You're gonna roll cool to try to
Help
help.
out.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll. I need to pull up that reference. Jaeger.
I was reading to help out. So he got an 8, so I get a +1.
Yep.
But because it's mixed success, he quote exposes himself to trouble or danger.
Yep.
Now, whatever that means in this context. I don't know.
That stacks with my lore library that I have.
So your total is
Looks like a 9.
9. Okay. Well, there you go. Ask your questions.
So you get 1 hold. So you get 1 question.
Ask wisely.
Well, basically, I need to know what kind of monster would eat the heart of.
So it's those questions listed under
Young
Investigate a
men.
Mystery there.
So you want to know what sort of creature it is.
Yeah, the flexible
Yeah,
one we were doing
so-
for the original, for the question about the book, but the normal Investigate a Mystery is what you would do for this.
So yeah, what sort of creature is it?
Okay, well, I have to answer you fully truly here, though I can do things without context and stuff, which is part of the fun of being the keeper in this game. So, yeah, Jaeger, through your research here, comparing bite marks and things, it's pretty common for werewolves to take hearts and eat them. Whatever type of werewolf this is, though, it's probably not the giant white one based off of the descriptions that you're hearing. Simply because if the giant white one had torn these hearts out, the bodies would have been torn apart way more. Because that thing was so huge. This is a much smaller, maybe younger type of werewolf, if a werewolf at all. At either rate, the likelihood of it being a werewolf is extremely high, but not one of. And again, you don't know what that white one was still, right? Whatever he is, whatever you're calling him internally for yourself, it ain't that, but it definitely is werewolf sign. What do you do?
I'll point out my findings to the group. Looks like we're dealing with a werewolf.
Maybe an immature one or small one, or
I glance at Michael.
Hopefully one of the typical ones. Although, given the brazenness of the attack, maybe young, inexperienced.
Where do we start looking for
Hey,
young
Lester.
and experienced?
It's very helpful, but we need more. Perhaps we need to go to the scene.
Young and
Investigate
experienced.
further.
And when
there.
do you think the cops would clear out enough for us to get a look?
Think maybe?
There's so many of them.
Lester,
Really?
really, I don't think this town has
thousands.
1,000 cops.
Well, like he said, they could have come
At
from. They
least.
probably came from outside of the city.
There's federal and like
Yeah, just like all the different
Everybody.
districts. and all.
International.
Yeah, it's possible.
internet. Yeah, I think I saw some Interpol. It was crazy.
Interpol too. Wow.
Interpol. Yeah, this is an international mystery.
So at this point, how long has it been since the cops arrived on the scene at the college or at the frat?
They pulled the bodies out of there about 6 hours ago at this point, I would say. 6 hours, yeah.
Sometimes I go over to the Lucky Leprechaun. A lot of police hang out there after shift, so we could pop in there and try to hear the latest rumors, latest gossip about. I'm sure if they pulled those bodies out, they're going to be talking about it.
They just closed down the frat house. We could just go talk to some of the kids that were there.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think that's another good option.
Could
Wasn't
also
it at
hit
a-
up the coroner's office, see if they've done
Did it
an
happen
autopsy
during a
yet.
party?
Indeed.
If it happened
know.
during a party,
You don't have any
Lester.
ideas. You don't have literally any of that information at all.
Any other information, Lester?
No. Just
The only
kids.
information you have is that there was a party and yeah, that.
Perhaps the frat's a good place to start. We can,
someone must have seen something.
if there's any police left over, we can use Lester's connections to get through.
Yeah,
Also,
you said
track it.
that one guy is really close with you. The one cop.
Dave loves me.
Yeah, so
He
I'm sure he can
really
help us.
Loves me. Yeah.
I'm using one of my moves on the police scanner down here in the hideout, which you should name your hideout because I don't have to call it the hideout, but in case multiple people get one, but it's fine. But on the police scanner, you hear.
We got another body. Yeah, reports are this one's missing his heart as well. We're gonna have to.
And then there's kind of a pause, and another voice comes in.
Oh, where's this one reported at?
A bit of a conversation between the two officers go by.
Yeah, fortunately, this was campus security this time. Happened in the middle of the quad. Nobody saw a thing. He's just sitting there. We're getting it out of there. All right. Send units over to the quad. Do you think it has anything to do with those kids in that house? Well, if it does, they're not in there now. We got a whole lot of kids here unable to go into their home. We're gonna have to lock down the room as a crime scene, but I think the rest can stay free. Nothing seems to pass in and out. Whoever did it went out that window. We're sure of that.
And that's really all you get over the scanners. You're just picking up radio comms between the cops. That's
got more
called
bodies?
now it's off-screen badness. If you want to know what the move is called,
Off-screen badness. They
That
found
means
another
that-
body?
that means they'll move down a tick on the
That
clock.
way.
Sounds like it.
Just check that.
Oh, jeez. Where do they say that one was? Campus?
Sounds like right in the middle of the campus. There's a little
In the middle.
quad there.
So we're
between
definitely dealing
buildings.
with... I think this werewolf's a student.
Well, let's.
Oh, a teen
Let's
wolf.
not jump to conclusions, but let's
Keep
let's
in
get over
mind,
there and
Gideon,
take
we
a look.
need proof.
It's true. All right. I guess just...
Back to the
How do we get proof?
campus.
We go look.
all
Did
right,
we go
let's
to
do
the
that, I
frat
guess.
house? Should we split up?
The frat.
To the frat house.
All right, let's go.
So you're going to the frat house? Okay. I have another move I'm going to use. Split the party. Half of you are going to go to the frat house, half of you are going to go to the quad.
Okay.
You can decide who. And we'll pick up there right after this break. We'll be back in just a few, guys. I got to eat a piece of pizza. I'm hungry. We'll be right back. Thanks for everybody that's out there, by the way, watching. It's been really fun so far. What a cool little endeavor we have going. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you guys soon. had some pizza. It was great. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope everybody's having a good time out there. Let's go ahead and get back in character. So now the party is split. Some of you headed to the quad, and some of you headed to the frat house. I am not going to tell you who goes where. That's for you to tell me.
So I assume we all drive there. They're relatively close, so we'll just drive.
They're
there
very close. You can
together.
walk from one
Okay.
to the other easily.
So probably on the drive over, I'd say,
I mean, I would assume probably you would drop somebody off at one
Yeah.
location and then go to the other one.
and then go to the frat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gideon and
Whichever
Shane
one it is.
should probably go to the frat house, and we'll check out what's going on with the quad.
Yeah, that's okay. That should work. I'll
All right.
drive very carefully and the speed limit to our destination, making sure I stop fully at stop signs.
Oh boy.
And like wait that 1 second where it's like, dude, you're fucking. Even a cop would be like, you're stopped, man. Like,
The cop will be honking. Come
yeah.
on. That's funny. I like that.
Gotta be safe though. And
Okay.
yeah, so I guess we'll go to. I'll drive to the campus first since I'm going to the frat house.
All right. So first you're heading to the quad, which there is a road that passes pretty closely by it. It's the main campus. It has several buildings. There's classes, a library, science lab. There's a grassy lawn that surrounds it all. It's populated by students that are kind of milling about in all different directions. There is an area of the quad that you can clearly see as you drive past the area, and it's an easy drive past, right? Like you can literally look, oh yeah, there's the quad right there. We're driving past a main road that passes right by it. And you can see that there is police tape around an area there, as well as several police cars around it. Not 1,000, but there are quite a few. In fact,
A whole bunch of them left. Okay.
quite a bit more than you would be used to seeing in Hushwood.
Yeah, I hope nothing else happened that made them split up, go somewhere else. They're really spread thin, it looks like.
Darn.
Only 5 here.
The biggest
does look
buildings
fresh, though.
here are the lab, the library, the main quad area, and of course, the frat house area where you were going. So
I'll pull up to the quad area.
Okay.
All right, good luck, y'all. Just give us a call, I guess, if you find anything.
Okay.
Be careful.
Oh, we will be. You too. It looks like you got your work cut out for you out there. Bye.
Safe.
close the
I
rolling
will.
sliding door or whatever it's called on a van and step out. So to be clear, it's Jane and Gideon still in the van, right?
This is my understanding too. Yes.
Okay. So before we follow you two, let's follow Lester, Jaeger, and Michael for a few steps. You step
I
out
want to
into.
make a note first
Go
that
ahead.
y'all can hear as soon as you get out of the van and the door shuts. I will look at Jane and I'll say, I can tell Michael doesn't really like my music, but I'm sure you don't mind, right? And then from the outside of the van, you can hear the Tabernacle Choir like crank up.
Loud.
Yeah.
Jane just has like a awkward smile on her face or whatever.
Whatever you need, Gideon.
Okay. So you watch them on right away, kind of a strange look on your face as the camera pans back over to Jaeger, Lester, and Michael stepping off the main sidewalk here, leading into the buildings beyond, into the main quad. There are, as I said, several buildings here, the library and the library, which is also connected to the library, which is also connected to the classrooms, and then you also have the science lab is connected to the classrooms. The library sits there opposite of that, and then there's the little bit of dormitory area, which is actually quite small, and of course the houses around the frats and sororities and such that kind of surround the immediate area,
Lester, do you
which is at a sort of a
find your
crossroads.
cop friend?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll look around and see if Dave's around. I'm just gonna walk up to the.
So you're walking into the up into the
the
middle
tape.
where the police tape was at and the cars were at.
Yeah.
Roll me a d6. Just roll me a d6. We'll see. Let's see if he's there.
Yeah,
Thumbs
Dave's
up
got
for
it.
students. Like, no, it's police business. Just take a step back.
I would say he's probably a deputy.
Deputy Dave.
Deputy Morin, but yeah.
Deputy Dave.
Moron.
Deputy Dave. Okay. Yeah, I'll say with that I was going for like a half and half roll. So
Nice.
1 to 3 and 3 to and 4 to 4, 5, 6. So yeah, I would say he would be one of the people there at the scene. There's a number of cops there. You can see that there are state police here that are kind of moving about the area now.
This little crazy thing.
They never listen to
these
you.
cops, man. There's so many cops.
Police, international
Everywhere,
police.
Interpol.
Alright, so you're walking up to him?
Yeah, I'm going up to the tape.
Okay, you can see he's talking into his radio right now, and he just turns. You just hear him say, "Oh shit, Lester."
Dave. Deputy Dave.
It's never a good day when I have to see you twice. And he puts his little walkie on his
I know
shoulder.
how you feel.
Lester, what are you doing here?
Well, obviously something is happening.
Well, yeah, that's why the police are here, Lester.
Yeah. It's the same thing that happened to those other kids, right? This is
I can't give you that information, Lester. Roll manipulate someone. You're clearly trying to manipulate him.
While he's doing this, is
Yeah.
it possible for me to sneak around using Lester as a distraction to kind of get a
Basically,
closer
my
look
plan
at the
too.
scene?
So I'm with Michael.
I would say, given the circumstances and the history that we've now established, yeah, you'll absolutely have an opportunity to sneak around. I would say that probably some of the other cops that are there are now coming over to Lester, but because of that, because you're to see how effective you are at it, I think that's gonna mean Lester's gonna have to make a roll. So that's gonna be your manipulate
unintentional
someone.
distraction. That's so amazing.
Yeah. So make
Yeah.
your manipulate someone roll.
I did. I got it.
Oh, you got a mixed success. Okay. So let's see.
Yeah, I hadn't heard the little blip for the last.
What does that
couple
say?
rolls.
What is the result of the 7 on the table?
They'll do what you ask, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it.
Okay.
If
So
you ask
because
too much, they'll tell you what, if anything, it would take for you to do it, for them to do it.
so because you're trying to distract the people and stuff, I'll say some of the other cops kind of come over, as they can see Deputy Morin is kind of like a little bit flustered by your presence, but he's still talking to you. And as they kind of approach, they're statey, so they're not like familiar with you, right? They're kind of like, they're a problem, and he just kind of holds his hand back like, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Lester,
That was a close.
all right, look, if you promise me that you'll leave right now and not show up, I don't want to see you again today, buddy. I'll give you a little hint, okay? I know you're gonna hound me day in and day out. I'll tell you something.
I didn't cross the tape. Remember, I told you I wouldn't cross the tape, and I haven't crossed the tape.
Oh, I'm trying so hard, Lester. All right, you promise to leave?
Yeah,
All right,
promise.
why don't I walk you over to the parking lot, Lester? And you can see some of the other kind of cops are like, what's going on a little bit? And they kind of follow him a little ways, just checking to see if everything's okay as he walks away with Lester. And he kind of puts his hand on your shoulder. All right, yeah, it was the same as the other ones. I don't know what any of that means. They're all missing their hearts. Don't go talking about some serial killer or nothing. We don't want to cause a panic. I know you're curious, buddy, but there's nothing you can do to help on this, all right? Just leave this to the professionals, okay?
So that's what you guys are thinking? There's a serial killer out there in Hushwood?
We're figuring somebody got a hold of some of these bath salts at one of these parties and got themselves a taste for hearts or something. I don't know. Well, or it could be one of these TikTok fads. Or I guess I wouldn't say TikTok because that's 2002. Could be one of these internet fads.
E-bombs world.
Yeah.
E-bombs world.
That Jackass show come out and
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
it's
you
a
go.
Jackass.
Oh, fuck.
Could be.
Oh
You know,
my
it's
God.
kids. We don't have any real leads yet or anything. We've just got the evidence and I mean, as far as I know, it could be animal attacks, given that there's all these bite marks and tearing. We sent a
Wolves or
all right.
something?
Lester, come on. No, they said these were too big for that. We got a couple animal experts in from the parks, and they looked at the wounds, and they didn't. By this time, you're kind of getting to the parking lot, and he's like looking around for your car, but he doesn't see it, but he just kind of shrugs. Yeah, some folks convinced a pack of hyenas got out somewhere of a zoo, but come on. Anyway, Lester,
Hyenas.
I'll see you later, buddy. Head on home now. Remember, I don't want to see you again today, okay?
All right.
If I
No
see you again
problem.
today, buddy, I'm gonna start asking questions.
All right, I won't see you. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Kind of questions your buddy Hugh don't like, so let's just do me this favor, all right? And he turns around and walks away.
That guy. He loves me. He ain't get enough of me.
real clanger.
Whew. Finally, I can go. All right.
Okay, so during this scene, we'll go back to Michael and Jaeger now, who are having a moment during this distraction where the other cops are like, "What's going on?" and kind of following you for a minute and watching as the deputy leads you away and has this conversation. What are you doing, Michael and Jaeger?
Gonna try and see if there's any sort of tracks or like signs for like at least the direction that it might have went after attacking.
Okay.
Exactly what I was going to go for. Is any clue to see where it came from or went?
Okay, that's a good point. Let me look through here for a second. Trying to figure out what exact move that might be.
The investigative mystery
I
is.
think it would be investigative mystery. Yeah.
Because where did it go is one of the questions. For the,
Yeah. So I think that's what you want to roll is investigative mystery. Again, we're new to PBTA, so it's gonna take us a little bit for this to be second nature. We got there with Traveler eventually, more or less, for some of these things. For some of these things, man, definitely not ship combat.
Vehicle combat, lordy.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on there in that game. Anyway, so yeah, please go ahead and investigate a mystery. Describe to me exactly what you're doing, though. Remember, in order to do it, you got to do it. So, how are you looking for these tracks? What does this look like?
Well, since I want to know where it went, look for blood droplets heading away from the body by literally crossing the tape and getting up in there.
Okay, so you get up in there and you have this moment where you're looking around, like to check and see if anybody's watching. It seems pretty clear. It's pretty. People have been pushed away from the tape quite a bit, and all the cops are currently distracted by Lester. So you have at least a few moments to do this.
I know that werewolves have a particular smell to them, so as we get closer, I'm going to try and see if I can catch a scent of that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and see the investigate a mystery roll. I would say each of you should do it separately. Well, good, you did. Good job.
Wow.
Jaeger gets one question and Michael gets two questions.
Yeah, you do.
Yep.
from that list?
From that list.
Where's
Go
the
ahead.
list?
If
On
you
the
open
move.
up investigate a mystery, you can
Yeah,
see the
so-
different options.
My question to be was, where did it go?
Back
Yeah,
to
that
the
would
frat
be
house.
one of my questions too.
Yeah, both.
It went back to the frat house.
And if there's anything being concealed here.
No, pretty much it's a security guard guy who's had his heart ripped out by a giant hand. Not like a giant hand, but by a big clawed hand of some kind, it looks like. There are bite marks around him. He's extremely dead. You would see that you have this opportunity to kind of look under there and see the body firsthand. I would say, like, looking at the body, you know, just from the smell of it, the gashes on it, the bite marks, you know this was a werewolf for sure. But not the kind you've seen. Something else, something lesser. You have this almost feeling in the bottom of your gut of just kind of disgust without even understanding why. But only you, Michael. It's gross though, looking at the body. Maybe that's why. But this is like a deep disgust. Maybe something you have never even felt before.
It's going back there. Those two might be in danger.
Agreed. We need to go.
But yeah, it looks like basically there's a little trail of blood off in the direction of where the frat houses are. So it's either headed to there or to the area of the frat houses. It's heading back in that direction. That's what I mean when I say the frat house. Doesn't mean they're not going to bust in the window.
Yeah, I just imagine like we're both looking around on the crime scene, get the same idea, and look up at each other and be like, "Oh shit."
Okay. Well, with that, let's cut to Gideon and Jane in the van a few minutes before, listening to Gideon's music as you head off towards the frat house. It doesn't take you long. It's just literally a couple minutes down the road. There is street parking available, though you have to park a little bit down and kind of parallel park, but it's not a difficult parallel parking job or anything. It doesn't take you long. As you pass by the frat house now, you can see there's no cops there anymore. There's still some tape over one section, but there's the door is now open. Not like swinging open, but like the tape isn't over the door anymore.
As we're driving around to pull into park, a particular song comes on from the choir, and Gideon goes, "Oh, not that one. That one makes me sad." That one makes the feelings come back, and he'll skip it real quick. You can see the name on it too on the MP3. It Is Well With My Soul is the name of it. But he will park and take a look at the frat house.
Like Honey Monsters with Mr. Rogers.
I guess does it look like anyone's inside?
Let's find out. Get in, and I'll stroll up and open the door and go inside.
All right, Gideon will grab his nunchucks from the side of the door and
I love that that's you fucking have nunchucks. I forgot you had nunchucks. I'm sorry. I totally forgot you had.
I'll
Okay.
slide them into my back of my pants and pull my jacket over it.
Okay. Yeah. It is hilarious. But in a way it's kind of like weirdly badass too, right? As you two approach the door of the fraternity. It is closed. What do you do? The
go
sign
inside.
Omega Alpha Omega sits atop the door. You reach out and touch the knob. It turns and clicks and swings open. It is not locked. You take your first step inside, and what greets you is the emptiness of it. It's a frat house. It's meant to be full of people, parties and
Like feet in here.
and it shows that it's been partied in. It's the remnants of the previous party are still here, minus all of the people. The smell of urine and vomit still lingers a bit, but there are some, air fresheners and stuff that sit in areas. So it's kind of like this like auto spray sort of smell, or not the auto spray, but the little disc ones that sit there. You know what I'm talking about. So occasionally this like orange scent mixed with the smell of like dry and puke in that corner from the party that hasn't been cleaned up yet because the place became a murder scene. By this time it's evening. You don't see anybody running around in here or anything like normal. So maybe they haven't come back in yet. You take a few steps inside and you hear noises. It sounds like video games maybe, or maybe even a like a television or something like that. Upstairs, it's kind of like just playing the same thing over and over and over and over again, like it's like on the menu screen or something like that, but on like a older game that doesn't have a really long song or something in the beginning. The lights in the place are on, but very, very dim, as though they are intentionally dim for the party from the previous night. But and you can see that there are bits of scattered clothes and red Solo cups turned over everywhere, and what once was a beautiful ping pong table having been turned into this beer pong table. It looks like it's just smashed and flattened to the ground and stuff. That's the interior of the first floor of the frat house. What do you do?
This
Come on,
place.
upstairs.
Yeah?
I'll to be young again, and I'll head upstairs.
Is this what people do when they come to these things?
You wouldn't want to know.
Why does it
Try
smell
not
like
try not to think of it. Oh, definitely try
Alright.
not to think of that.
All right. Smells like Badusi.
I'm gonna have a hard time DMing these characters. Oh, that's good. All right.
I'll follow Jane upstairs, Miss Meyer.
Okay. So you begin winding your way up the strange spiral staircase that makes the stairway of this interior. This is a big house. It's really big. I mean, like I said, it has at least the 16 rooms in it, plus these downstairs rooms. You can see around you there are several rooms that are connected, doors open from probably the previous investigation. The main area that you're in now is basically a large living room. You can see a kitchen that is absolutely covered in Solo cups. It's not that dirty compared to like some other things you've seen in the same episode in a flashback, but it is covered in like Solo cups and stuff like that. And the living room, of course, as well, and connected to those are several bedrooms and the spiral staircase that goes up to another floor above it. The sound of your footfalls on the spiral staircase creak as you move further and further up. As you get about halfway, you hear a drag sound from up above.
Oh. Hello? I think someone is here, actually.
Quiet.
Oh, shit. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna use that. I cuss so much. All
Get
right.
it.
No, that wasn't me.
What was that?
What was
The
that?
devil moving through me.
The Holy Spirit.
Oh, this is gonna be great to watch.
All right, I'll cautiously go investigate the noise.
I'll
Question,
pull out my nunchucks.
Jaeger, what would you have had any a couple questions. A, do we have some inclination that silver would be a good thing to use against a werewolf, like as a character? Who?
Our
What?
books tell us.
Like, we know in terms of we don't know exactly what type of werewolf this is, and we don't know what it's weak against, but we might guess that it would be silver.
Yeah.
B, would you have had any like silver weapons at your place
Definitely.
that you didn't take? Would you have taken this?
I would definitely have my sword.
I mean, the information you got earlier from investigating mysteries and stuff was the correlation between them being weak against potentially silver, as you know, maybe, and potentially protector oak.
Okay. All right. Well, let's say that. So, having the intuition that I had from before, I would like to spend one of the holds to have a useful.
Oh yeah, sorry, and also
ready.
also Wolfsbane. I'm sorry.
Wolfsbane being a plant.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't
we have
kill
to be,
them,
like,
but
dealt with
potentially a
somehow.
weakness. Yeah.
Right. So
I did forget. I did forget to mention the Wolfsbane earlier, but yeah, but the other two, yeah.
Let's say I have a bad feeling and pull out a sample of Wolfbane and pop into a bathroom and
I mean, you have your holds for your
right, that's what I meant. I was going to spend a hold to
absolutely.
Say I have some Wolfbane with me, have a useful object ready, and I slip into the bathroom real quick and get some water and make it into some sort of little tincture.
Okay. I mean, it's a flower or whatever, so I'd say you probably just have like Wolfsbane extract or something on you.
Yeah. Okay.
Since you're using the actual thing and you're a witch with that literally in the episode brewed potions, I'll say, yeah, that's fine. You can be like, casting the bones.
There's like had I been back to my house, I would say like I would have grabbed a silver weapon or something, but I don't think I could justify that without some opportunity to have done that. So, stay behind me, Gideon. Be quiet. All right. I have a bad feeling, and I will approach.
I'm gonna check behind us.
Try to approach quietly.
Every now and then.
Okay. You're walking down the hallway. You hear a board creak from within a room beyond. One of the rooms just down the hallway from you. The door ever so slightly open. You can see the flickering lights of a television. That is the room the sound of the video game like sound is coming from. This menu. That kind of a thing. I don't have a good Sirenscape thing for it. So. And you probably don't want to hear it over and over, even if I do.
All right, I will get up to the door and peek inside and slowly open the door if needed.
Stay close. Hug the wall.
Okay, so because of how you've cautiously approached this and described it, I'm going to say it sounds like you're reading a bad situation.
Okay.
Just close my PDF. I need my PDF. It's got all my moves in it. I don't have them memorized yet.
Oh no.
Get an XP.
Yeah.
You earn an
Smart
XP.
that.
Yay, experience.
Now I'm checking.
For failing.
Now I'm checking for other ones, and I got another one, I think.
Okay. So you creak the door open ever so slightly. Looking to your left, you see this screen that's just stuck on the menu of this game. You're not sure what game it is, unless maybe you are. You can tell me, and then you can tell me what game it is if you want. But you look to your left, and you're kind of like, huh. There's a controller there that connects to this game, and leads down, and you can see, the controller looks smashed, not bloody or anything, but like smashed, and there the carpet itself looks kind of like one of the carpets you throw down, like what would that be, a throw rug. It looks like it's crumpled up, like it's been scooted to the side, like somebody ran on it really quickly and slid or something like that. So it's been kind of pushed up into the side against where the TV is. The window here completely shattered out from before. You can just hear a little bit of the light wind and stuff, and the kind of the sound of outside through the hole there as you look at it. And as you turn to your right, lunging towards you, I would say large, but not exactly large, about 5.5 feet tall, a little bit more, 5'8" or so, 5'9", tall, jumping out towards you, a gray and black werewolf.
Now, if
What do you do?
Okay.
The door's open. He's peeking into it. Or
You didn't get a
she's peeking
chance
into
to
it?
know because you
you're
failed
right.
your thing. Oh yeah, actually I get a hard move because you failed, so I'm sorry. You take 2 harm
Okay,
it
so
as it slashes
I would
you.
like to, since I had a vision that this was going to happen, so I want to
Right.
jump out of the way and use one of my holds. Preemptively warn someone about an attack so that it doesn't happen.
Okay. So yeah, right before you step around that corner, you have this feeling that it's going to be right on the other side of the door. So you step back and it leaps out, expecting you to be there, and you didn't step into the space. It looks surprised for a moment and then turns towards you.
What the hell?
This is nothing like the giant white werewolf that you saw described. It has these black slobber that falls from its maw that's pulled in and looks almost hyena-like in its facial structure. What do you do?
Fuck. I would.
I beat him.
I'm going to try to
I have my nunchucks out. I beat him.
get him. Try to hold him down.
Stay back! I got you, Miss Meyer.
Hold
Okay.
him down.
I'm just gonna get in between Miss Meyer and the werewolf.
All right, so we're in combat now. This is so going through that flow chart, just so everybody understands how this works. This is the first time we're officially doing pure combat. I make a move hard or soft according to the principles, which I am about to do. So as it hissed at you, it lunges down like it's getting ready to leap one more time. What do you do? And because of how you've structured this, you said hold him down, Jane. I'm going to say that it's Gideon's initiative.
Yeah, great.
I jump between them and I'm just gonna start whacking him with my nunchucks.
Sounds like you're trying to kick some ass.
Oh yeah, right on his nose.
Go ahead and roll it for me.
Okay. I also want to double check something. Okay. How do I push my body past its limits? Is that a choice?
I mean, it's quite literally like in story context. It would have to be something that would happen, and it'd be like a thing that would be relative to, like I'm picking something up or something like that, or
Gotcha.
or even like I'm holding my breath a bit longer, that kind of a thing.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me roll some kick some ass. Ah, Miss Meyer, stay down. Oh, Jesus.
Well, you get an XP.
Hell yeah.
XP, bro.
I'll take all the damage for you. Get away.
All right, so what's a 4? Let's look. Do you have it up? Where's that?
Ooh, sorry,
I
what'd
don't
you say?
see. It doesn't. It doesn't say there. Let me look.
I have it right here, I think.
Why isn't my God helping me?
Reach you on a plus. Oh yeah, okay. I just get a hard move against you. So I dropped my pencil. So you don't inflict any harm. You come in and swing your nunchuck at it, and it just sidesteps you and claws you. You take 2 harm.
Ouch.
See if I can make the music more exciting. Sorry. It went to like a much quieter thing all of a sudden. Since we got in combat, it was really weird. Here, I'll make it the big epic combat music for you.
Fighting this grotesque creature. Oh,
It
Miss
is?
Meyer! He hurts!
Let's do this one.
Got you. I'll protect you. Protect you, Miss Meyer.
Okay. So yeah, you take 2 harm, slammed up against the wall as you're clawed across your chest. It hisses out at you. These black slobbers flecking all over your clothes and face. There's this sort of moment where this moment of panic when you look down and it looks as though the slobber is crawling on you slightly, but then it dissipates and stops. Okay. Back to here. It hisses at you and looks as though it is getting ready to, if it can, push you to the side and go for Jane. What do you do? And this is back to Jane now.
I will. Oof. I have I do have a silver locket that I use for a lot of my divination stuff.
Okay.
Or some of my magic, sort of magic thing. So I'm gonna rip that off and try to like loop it around this thing's head.
All right.
So I don't know if
Act under
that's
pressure.
Under pressure.
That's definitely act under pressure. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I might still get to do a hard move against you when you do it, but it's definitely not kick some ass. It's active.
And I'm gonna use my last hold from my fortune telling to do a +1 forward.
Wow. All right, that's a really good idea. You also have a boon. I'll remind you if you want to ever use that.
Oh, I do. Gotta do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, did I just do that?
Just roll again.
That one failed.
Can you take the higher?
Oh, fail 6.
Oh no.
All right, you go to put this silvery locket against it, and it does hit it for a second, and you see it sizzle on its fur, and there's the smell of burning fur hits your nose, but it pushes forward, and the chain shatters and breaks and falls to the ground. You're shocked as you then take 2 harm as it swings in and slashes you across the chest. You stumble backwards out of the room, down the stairs, falling to the floor. And let me make a roll, because I want to determine a timetable thing, and I just need to be random. You know what? I'll make you do it. Go ahead and roll me a d6, Jane.
Do I see a...
Oh shit, okay. Go ahead, what were you saying, Gideon?
Do I see like a fire extinguisher or something on the wall?
Not in this room, but out in the hallway there was one. Like where you're in the room, Jane's out in the hallway now. She's got knocked down, but there is a fire extinguisher in the hallway, like on the wall.
All right, I'm
It's
gonna
like-
scoop up the necklace.
Don't
It's like a
try.
code thing. They have to do it.
I'm gonna scoop up the locket because I saw what Jane was doing with it,
For the
and I saw
college.
the reaction it had, so I'll scoop up the locket and run towards the fire extinguisher.
Okay. That's gonna be act under pressure.
All right.
Okay, you earn an XP as it slashes you for 2 harm, and you stumble down, not grabbing the locket, falling down the stairs. So maybe you take 2 harm total. It's not from the all from the slash. Part of it's from the rolling down the steps too. What are you at?
Wait, I take 2 harm just now?
You took 2 harm.
Okay. All right.
Now keep in mind, if you took harm in the flashbacks, that's not you didn't have that
Okay.
during this. So
I'm assuming you're 4 down, 3 left.
okay, so you now become unstable at 4.
No. So I think 4. Oh no, you're right.
Yeah, it's 4.
Let's pass a little bar.
You're right. I thought it was like a
Yeah.
single attack of 4, but you're right.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of expected. You're gonna get pretty hurt when you're fighting monsters. It's gonna just watch Supernatural. Look how bloody they are at the end of half the episodes, especially when you're fighting werewolves. So, anyway, so you end up you two crash this time not rolling down the steps, but are like thrown and smashed through the actual railing at the top. Where it starts to go to that spiral staircase, so you're not like the whole way down. It's just like, and you just fall. That whole story and land right on the ground, knocks the wind out of you, and you're bloodied here, but it's not too bad. It's not that deep. And yeah, now that 6 that you rolled earlier, I was gonna do a roll to determine how long it would take for Jaeger, Lester, and Michael to show up, because that was the last thing they declared to do. So I was gonna do on a 1 or a 2, they don't make it in this combat, and on a 6 they make it at an appropriately dramatic moment. So you rolled a 6. I would say at this moment you guys hear the fight inside. You've just pulled up in your car. You can hear the monster
They had the
inside.
car, they were running.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. So I would say at this moment you've run back. You're like, where are they at? There's the house, and you hear the crashing from, because remember that window is open up there. So that sound is going out to the streets and everything. And Michael, yeah, you can definitely smell something's going on. It's a bit strong, weird, and makes you nauseous.
I start running a little bit faster than those 2.
Okay. Well, since you arrive at a narratively appropriate time, given the roll, I would say at the moment that Gideon crashes down and hits the ground in the foyer, knocking the wind out of him, the beast appears at the top of the landing, right where you had smashed through, and has its eyes locked on you, Gideon. And this black slobber dripping from its maw as it begins to jump in towards you. And the door slams open, and we see Michael and Jaeger running up behind him, with Lester falling behind that. Assuming Lester went, I would with the rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's narratively appropriate, the monster still gets to go now, right? It needs to set up its soft move. So seeing this door burst open and you run in, its eye contact switches from Gideon up to Michael for a moment, lets out this horrible hiss, and rears back to begin to leap from the 2nd floor down onto either Gideon or you. You can't quite tell from the trajectory. Michael, would you like to do something? It's your go narratively.
Yes, I would. As I look up at it, kind of snarl, and I start to hunch down in a similar position as it.
Okay.
But
At that moment, then, I would like to have the camera start circling Michael as he begins to get angrier and angrier, and there's this intensity that builds around him. And then we cut into our final flashback of the evening, which Oh, I just moved the chat too. How did I do that? It was locked. Did you see that? That was crazy.
Yes,
Why
you
did it
wouldn't.
lock? There must be a hotkey to unlock a source. Anyway, don't worry about that right now. So we move into our final flashback, which I will drop the music to something a little less intense for the beginning of, at least. All right. We sit back now for a brief moment, a few days after the events that we had recently portrayed with the large white creature. Jaeger, you're in your hideout. Now, just boxes on the ground. The bookshelves aren't filled. Not all the lights are completely set up. You've just got a couple of these lights hanging from the ceiling in here. It's a bit creepier looking, a little bit dustier. You haven't quite got it all perfectly yet, right? But it's set up. You got a few chairs down there. You have brought Gideon and Michael here, and have become recently distracted as you headed upstairs. Through the passageway we talked about before, up the secret passageway that's now newly built. It closing. Your intent was to call Lester, who's late. You wanted him to have a meeting here. He said he was on his way, but he isn't here yet. So you went upstairs, leaving Gideon and Michael alone in the conversation that they were currently having. Gideon, what were you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know how long you've known these guys, Mr. Ward, but I don't know if you know what an opportunity this really is for me. Like this, things finally make sense now. Like so many things you don't understand. I don't think I can.
How's that?
Like, my whole life's path, my whole journey to becoming what I am, I'm just a servant of God, you see, and this is my mission. The mission I'm on for my church is just one small mission. The real mission has been revealed to me now. The Lord has shown me my true purpose.
What's the purpose?
To destroy the evils that walk this earth. All the monsters, every single one of them. You know how long I've been waiting for someone just to point the way. There. That's evil. That's the bad guy. And I can actually do something about it now, I think.
Surely not all of them, right? They can't all be bad.
Are you kidding me? How could they not be? They have these claws and teeth, and they eat people. Anything that eats people cannot be good, right? Anything that has urges to eat people.
Saying this, Michael's naturally blue eyes start shifting into a golden, like a fierce golden, and his forearm hair, his facial hair start getting a little bit longer. Some of them are pretty bad, but maybe not all.
Everyone
of them,
I've ever met. I mean, have you ever met a good one? Show me a good one, and I might consider it. But at the end of the day, it's just probably a demon trying to trick me, right? Like they can't possibly be good. Like there's just absolutely no way.
I'm not a demon. I mean,
you're not a what? No,
at this time, you start stumbling on your words a bit, and you look up at Michael, and you can see now his form starts changing. He starts getting a bit taller, a bit wider. Are
you okay?
Odd, and then the face completely changes.
Oh my God! What are you? And Gideon's gonna reach for the hunting rifle that he has carried with him and that he's had since y'all have known him, basically. But he's gonna reach for that, and he's gonna pull back the bolt, and he's gonna let fire around.
Roll act under pressure. Michael, at this point, you're like, no. But you're changing entirely. We see his features become furrier. The white fur.
infiltrator!
His snout grows longer and longer. Not as large as the white one we saw at first, but
Servant
large.
of the devil, trying to
Holy
drag
shit.
us all to hell.
And he blasts you straight through the chest with his
Repent
rifle,
your
Michael.
sins, demon.
And it sends you into a rage you cannot control.
You shot me.
You're not dead. Oh, Jesus, Lord and Savior, help me, God, up above, help me.
I would say that sounds like Michael's making a kick some ass roll against Gideon.
Yeah, as he stands back up to like the full, like now 7 foot tall height, the fingers become claws, stretch out, and he lashes
Oh,
out.
Father up above, Lord, my Lord and Savior, please help me come down and smite this evil from me. Give me the strength and the power and will to destroy this evil and blight against you, my Lord.
Go ahead and roll
He
kick some
backs
ass,
up.
Michael.
Gideon's backing up.
Okay, so yeah, you slam him up against the wall, not slashing or biting into him or anything, but you slam him up against the wall. We'll just say you take 2 harm from that, from in the flashback point, but you don't have to record it on your sheet because it's a flashback. But you're slammed up against the wall. Michael's form, now hulking, has ripped through most of his clothes except for his shirt that he's kind of draped over himself at this point. And about that time, we cut upstairs to Jaeger, who was getting on the phone, and you're ready to call Lester. You look up through your window, and you can see Lester coming like towards you already. Like he's parked. You're like, oh, there he is. And so you go to hang up the phone, and the moment you sit down the phone on the ringer, you hear a gunshot, bang, from below. What do you do, Jaeger? All right. So Jaeger, you sprint in the back room. Lester, you would also hear it since you're like right outside the window there, coming in. It takes you a second, so you would probably also start running in that direction if you want. Jaeger, you run down the stairs, or not spiral in this case, but straight stair way down. Michael has changed into a werewolf, and Gideon has shot him. And is holding the rifle there, kind of still
Effortlessly,
smoking.
like holding him against the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the rifle's probably maybe like at his side now at this point.
I'm like beating at his arm, like trying to get it off me.
I'll grab up that 13th century silver longsword and take the flat of the blade and start whacking Michael on the arm.
All right, I would say that's
No
an act under
fangs,
pressure.
Not here.
That's an act under pressure, I would say.
A lion tamer. You get a stool, an upside down stool, and start poking him with it.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say you slash him, and you do it. You were trying to kind of distract him more than anything, like freak him out a little bit, make him drop Gideon. But you hit him a little bit harder than you meant to. This was like a real hit. Michael, you drop Gideon, having slashed across the chest much deeper than you would have expected by this silver blade, and it feels as though you're getting sleepy as it hits you. It's an immediate kind of feeling, and it brings you back to your wits. Gideon, you're just kind of in a slump there, like, oh.
I'm sorry.
We couldn't really hear what you were saying.
The hell are you?
Calm down, Gideon.
Uh,
Michael, clarity of
Kinda
mind.
slowly
We've
close
talked
my
about
eyes, start
this.
breathing deep.
You knew about him?
Focus. Shh,
You know about
Gideon.
this?
I'm good. I'm good.
Corner, just flat of the blade, just kind of pop him on the head. Control yourself.
It hurts. You manage to revert to your form. The scar on your chest remains from the silver blade. And that's where we cut back, leaving our flashback for the final time. Thank goodness, because there were a lot of them. Michael busting through the door, you see this hulking creature, this hyena-like were creature. What is this? You don't know. You don't have context for anything, but you know you hate it. It
So
goes
ready to lunge.
It lunges. It
Kinda
gets
get
ready
into
to lunge, and it goes for it. It is
same
going it. What do
position.
you do? Okay.
And I also lunge. And as I start to lunge,
Okay.
I'm shifting into the full Wolfman form. Just get it.
Okay, our camera goes slow motion as we see leaping from the door jamb over top of Gideon. From Gideon's perspective, the enormous creature, first Michael changing into this 7-foot tall form of this white werewolf, reaching his clawed hands out, meeting midair this large hyena-like creature. Sounds like you're trying to kick some ass. Okay, mixed success. So that is.
This is 2 damage to each other.
Sorry, they say that again?
Tradition.
Yep, just 2 damage to each other.
Just two harm?
No, whatever your
Full on
weapon
Is that what it
other?
is? Weapon, that's what I thought.
Or-
Okay.
Yeah. But you do it
So
to
yeah.
each other.
Gotcha. I see, simultaneously. So, what is his harm? Let's see. Do you know what your harm is, Michael? For your,
If it's with the claws, it's 2.
I'm gonna hide the unused moves on your sheet so I can see them better. Okay, so 2. So you both take 2 then. All right. With that, now having met midair, you kind of spin around and crash to the ground right in front of you, Gideon, on the ground. You've sort of got him. I would say, given the surprise that he has in the instance, and your size being larger than him, you don't have him pinned on the ground or anything in a position, but you currently kind of have the advantage as you're rolling on the ground in front of Gideon, and the creature goes to try to push you off of him, Michael. But considering that you just attacked and Gideon's now scrambling to his feet, Gideon, what do you do?
Oh man. I guess I'll scramble up to my feet, and can I look around and do I see that fire extinguisher by chance?
Yeah, it's up top from the second floor where you were
Damn it.
knocked down from below. You can look up and see it though up there, so you could go up the stairs to it.
Is there like a drawer of silverware near me?
There's a kitchen, past the foyer.
They
That we
wouldn't
talked about
have
earlier.
Silverware here.
They probably don't have real silver. Yeah.
The fucking frat
It's a frat house.
It's all
You
all
look through the
plastic.
sea of This is all solo cups. Everything's a solo cup.
Oh god. Hang tight, Mr. Ward! And I'm gonna run upstairs to try to get that fucking fire extinguisher, I guess.
Okay. We'll get back to you when it comes back around. So at this point, I would like to offer Jane a chance to do something since you're now getting up, and then we'll get to Jaeger, and then we'll get to Lester. But the monsters, as I said, he's trying to push Michael off right now. Basically, is what you're seeing. But Jane, go ahead and go.
So they're like basically grappling each other.
Correct. And it's like, 2 kaiju in the living room kind of situation.
All right. Okay.
Like smashing through the tables and all what wasn't broken in here is getting broken now.
I'm going to try to grab a stool and break it over him in order not really to do damage, but just as a distraction to try to the intent is to try to help out Michael. So like, if this guy's like gets the upper hand and is about to like hit Michael, I want to. Well,
I mean, you have your Wolfsbane on you if you want to use that for something. That might also bother Michael.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll do that. I will reach into my pocket where I put the Wolfsbane is like a vial, and I'm just gonna try to basically just like stab it into him, hoping the vial breaks.
So it sounds like you're either trying to kick some ass or use the help. So if you want to do either one, you can. The consequences will be if you fail the help, you'll make it worse for Michael, and the consequences of kick some ass are you'll get hurt if you.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick
roll
some
up.
ass.
Okay. So Jane, looking for a moment, grabbing this extract, pulling it free, the cork, spitting it out, dives onto the back of this creature and just kind of tries to stab the vial straight into him, into like the wounds and stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to like basically literally like stab him with the vial and hope it like kind of opens up. All right, so mixed success. We both hit each other. I'll leave it up to you what kind of damage that inflicts.
That's Wolfsbane. That's 4.
Oh. All right.
And you take 2 as he knocks you off of him and you fly back, rolling, crashing through the table. All right.
Never should have left without my armor.
Michael, he is now attempting to bite you. He is going down to bite you like that. That is what we see as Jaeger. You come into as well. So I'm giving Jaeger a chance to act in the combat. The way monster combat works, it always comes back to the monster, right? And the monster gets to go a lot, right? Because it's like the boss. There's always one boss, right? Or not necessarily, but you'll get it. So, but at this point, Jaeger, you run into the door jam basically, or seeing them fight in front of you. You just saw Jane leap onto its back and stab this thing in it, and it reacts very violently. You can see these black tendrils kind of pour out from it, and it lets out this roar, not quite a howl, but kind of a sickly, spitting roar as little flecks of black splatter across the wall and then crawl like worms for a moment before they settle and sizzle away in the atmosphere. What do you do? I just set up a soft move, so he's about to attack Michael unless you do something to stop it.
There he is. Silver works, so I get in there with my silver sword and stab this thing.
Okay. Given that you have to get into melee range to do that, it sounds like you're trying to kick some ass.
Fortunately, it does.
True gerbil. All right, 7. That means you hit each other. Okay, you slash him. This time, Jaeger. It's not more. It's more of a stab, I would say, than a slash. Given that you're trying to look for the opportunity, and you get it in there, and you pierce his heart. And he turns towards you and grabs you by the throat, squeezes, and holds you up in the air, and then slams you straight down into the ground head first. You take 2 harm. And it falls to the ground. The sword pierced through its chest. Looks up at Michael and changes back into a man with a sword in his chest. A young college student who falls dead. The
Now I
sword
get
still in
a
his chest.
Sad look in my shifted face. Gently, like, twist the sword. As I pull it out, I'm
As you do, there's kind of a
changed back.
death
as I
shudder.
hand it over.
And I would say, in addition to that, when you look down on this body, something strikes you as odd. This was a werewolf. Some kind of werewolf. Not one you're familiar with 100%, but Werewolves, they typically bite, and that's transmitted usually through the saliva. The bite mark remains as this scar on the body. It's always there. Never can get rid of it, no matter how much you heal. You know this well, Michael. Yours is huge. It looks like a crocodile bit you across the chest. This guy, naked though he is, except for probably some bits of torn football jersey, has no bite marks on his entire body. The only mark is the wound of the sword. And as you twist it and pull it free, he withers into a black goo that crawls away as a million little worms and evaporate.
Gideon steps up with the fire extinguisher in his hands.
Okay.
Oh.
Was that a hyena
That's
variant?
What the hell was that?
That's not a therianthrope that I've seen.
About that time, you hear,
Mr. Ward, do you?
"Holy shit! What the fuck?" You look up the level above you. A man with red hair, freckles, stumbles back, close against the wall. No, 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 it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Okay.
All right.
Werewolf combat.
I'm so glad that body evaporated, because that would have been a tough one to explain. No
Yeah,
bite mark
tell me
and just a
about it.
fucking sword wound in this child. Like,
Well, so that's not true of all werewolves. The thing with the black goo worm things that crawled out, that's
Yeah,
not a
that was
normal
different.
thing. That's a different
Yeah,
thing.
That's one of the
That's
reasons
what
why Jaeger was like, "That's not a therianthrope I've seen."
I
Right.
was asking Michael if he does that too.
Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and what about all the people that fought the werewolf and were damaged? Does that infect them for later? I guess you'll have to find out in a later episode of Hunt.
Uh-oh. Like me.
Yeah,
I'm
we track
fucking
shit.
I'm unstable. I'm unstable
Yeah,
as hell right now.
and-
I was about to
Yeah.
ask if anyone
yeah,
got
we
bit.
know. LDS.
No bites, just scratch.
The hunters or the hunted?
Hey, we're getting fucked up. My nunchucks did nothing.
They did none.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great.
None
Okay,
of
so with that, I'd like to move into our favorite moments. We're gonna do them real quick, so we'll just go through the round. We're gonna who would like to go first, and I'll tell you whose moment we're gonna do, but who would like to talk first. We're gonna do
Oh,
your
yeah.
favorite. All right, so Society. I'm addressing you now, not the character. Society, because the game's over. Society. What was your favorite Jane moment?
Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. My favorite Jane moment though. I think that Venom's doing a really good job painting the mystique of the like connection to the Bohemian Circle, and then downplaying that around us. I think that's interesting. Seeing
That's
that
good.
like different the layers of that, the levels, I guess.
Okay. Again, we're gonna keep this kind of quick. What was your favorite Jaeger moment?
Favorite Jaeger moment. I think Jaeger's just his general attitude towards things, I think is going to be really fun to watch play out in this campaign. I'm looking forward to just the way that he approaches things or just treats it. I think that's going to be cool. I'm excited about that.
All right.
Can't think of a specific instance that.
That's fine.
triggers
That's fine.
that, though.
What about your favorite Lester?
Favorite Lester. Lester, I knew nothing about, And that's what I was really excited to talk about Lester, because I think Lester's fucking amazing. Macau. I think Lester's
He's a great character.
Yeah, and the little details of Lester are good, like the cell phone breaking thing. But there was one part in particular where I gotta go back and watch it now, because Jaeger said something, or no, it was Jane said something, and then me and Lester both answered at the same time, but they were like exact opposite answers to like the same, like just basically different perspectives on the same thing. And I gotta go back and look at that now, because it was so funny to me at the time, because it was like perfectly character, like it was super in character. It was great, so I like that.
All right, how about your favorite Michael moment?
Michael's awesome too. I really am enjoying watching your subtle character moments. Like they're super subtle, but I really am liking your responses to like the situations around you and the things that people are saying to you and around you. I think you have like good one word like interjections that are really good. It's interesting. I like this. This is gonna be fun.
Absolutely. All right. I'll go next, I guess, and then we can just move from there or whatever. Oh yeah, actually, there's one more. So, what's your favorite DM moment? Right, let's do that as well.
Favorite DM moment? I was really looking forward to see how you were going to structure something like Powered by the Apocalypse, and I especially had no idea that you were going to try and incorporate our backstories, and I really think that's a cool move. I thought that was a great, the flashbacks, good setup. We got it out of the way. Like, we all knew these things about each other, but it was such a cool way to get the audience caught up with all that, and to be able to play it out a little bit, because I was looking forard to like,
Yeah, because it kind of
some of the
adjusts
stories are
how
really
you think
cool.
about how it works, right? When you play
Yeah.
to find out what happens, which is kind of the whole the
Absolutely.
strength of the PBTA games.
Yeah, I thought that
We
was a
knew
really
that
cool
stuff at a high
addition.
level, but not.
Right, now we
not
know
the
it,
details,
right?
We
Yeah,
don't know the
the
details
nitty-gritty.
of any of that.
Right, which I think it helps us out a lot, especially me as the keeper for the game. All right,
Yeah, it was super cool.
so I just lost my thing. I lost my place. Actually, let's have one of you guys go. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
All right, go ahead, Hemdall. Tell us what was your favorite Jane moment?
Actually, kind of liked the book, because I think that has a lot of potential for many episodes to come, because you don't know what you read, and it was kind of a blank, like bam, huge injection of info, but you don't know it yet, and it just might come at any time.
That was fun to do with you. That was really cool. All right, what was your favorite Gideon moment?
It's hard for like some of these to like pick individual moments, but yeah, I like that in general this setting plays so well for mimicking like a TV show, so we get a lot of good moments to just be like, here'd be something funny, and you just drop it in. And
Oh, totally, I do love
how how society reacts with like some improv jokes and stuff was pretty good. I liked that a lot.
Yeah, that was great. I agree. What about your favorite Jaeger moment?
I thought it was pretty badass to just bust out the sword like he's a Link, just going to town on people.
It is cool because he's like the only one that's like been running around with a sword so far. We know Jane does some weird stuff.
Where does he keep it in the suit? And it's just like some guy in a nice tailored suit, and then bam, sword out.
It's like Highlander, right?
He was
He
being pretty
pulls it
chill,
out from
like
something.
He was just a dude.
Yep.
Nice.
All right.
Liam Neeson.
I like that too. That's cool. What was your favorite Lester moment?
Like the whole Dave thing.
Oh my god.
Like, that's definitely good.
Dave loves me. That guy loves me.
Dave loves me.
What's your? That was hilarious.
He
What was your
clearly does
favorite
not.
keeper moment? He tolerates him the best.
What was my favorite? Which moment?
Keeper, me, that's the DM.
I like the ability for you to just be like, okay, I'm going to use a move on you guys now.
I like
It
that
is
too.
fun.
The
Yeah.
timing for that was really good. Because
It has been neat
at
to
least like
explore
for the,
that too. I
hey,
like that a
you
lot.
guys are doing splitting into groups. We were all kind of thinking it, but nobody said it, and you're just like, I'm making it happen.
Yeah, I love that move. I love the split the party
Like,
move
a
that
lot
you
of
have in
DMs
PBTA.
would want to do that in the first place, and like
Mhm.
some of the other systems might not let them just force that issue
Right.
in like a natural way. But I like that this does.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. It's just like, oh, okay, you go check out the frat house and you go check out the thing. And I let you pick it. So it's not like you're not really getting rid of the player agency and all of that.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to go next? Or I'll go ahead and go since I'm right now. So for my favorite J moment, was you doing stuff on your own a lot? Like when you went in, like even in the beginning in the graveyard, you were doing your own thing and stuff. I had a bunch of stuff planned around certain arc things relative to all that, but like you did stuff and I was like, oh, and I was noting it all down. I don't know if you saw how furiously I was writing when you were doing stuff because I wanted to mix it in, and, you know, combine all the sources. And I thought that was super, super cool and really fun to play with. Also, thought you did a really good job of like describing every little aspect of the different things you were doing, like what your house looked like, with the whole vibe of all the different things you were doing. And I would also, when you were using magic, like I had absolutely no problems being like, sounds like you're trying to use magic, because you immediately described the thing you were doing, and it was like, yeah, he's casting a spell. You could tell that's a spell just by the way he talked about it. So really, really, really good there. Let's see.
That's why I paused
I really-
in that fight, because I was like, do I want to, like, can I pull a spell off here? I'm about to like pull a bunch of shit out,
Right.
and it's like, is that reasonable?
Right. So most magic in this campaign, you could do it in a different way in Monster of the Week, where you, depending on how you do it. But most magic, the way we're running, is more like not a combat thing. It's like ritual spells and stuff like that, kind of. And you're like the only magic expert, so it's pretty cool. I've been enjoying seeing how you were looking into that and stuff. Moving on from there, so I really liked Jaeger's at the, like, specifically how, I mean, I liked a lot of things about like the way you described the shop and all that stuff, and that was really fun. And also like the stuff about how we moved your shop to kind of evolve as you were moving into it from the flashbacks, and used it as sort of an anchoring tool. That was cool. But like the thing I really liked is how you specifically addressed certain things, especially like how you addressed Michael in the scene when he's like holding Gideon up, and how you spoke to him to get him to settle down and establish that you're like, we've been working on this, right? This kind of a thing. You did a really good job with that. I like to see you continue doing that kind of stuff, you know, playing this like sort of mentor role you have with some of the other characters. For Lester, I really like the Dave stuff too. That was a really funny interactions. Like Dave wasn't even a character before, right? He was just one of the names that I had written down. And I was like, yeah, all right, I have cop characters, but I don't want this to be the chief of police guy. So I'm gonna do one of the other ones. I guess he'll be like a deputy or something. And then immediately we know what Dave's relationship with Lester is because of how you role played it. So that was really good improv. Good job. You definitely yes and that with me, which is that's what we look for. As for Gideon, I really liked how you played the mission. You were very serious about, like, you know, going to the house and then having the conversation first with Jane, and then you did it again with the guy, but you did a good job of showing the same thing, but you weren't creeped out with Jane. With this dude, you're like creeped out and stuff, and you start asking questions to Jaeger. I thought you handled that scene really well. It was really believable. And then for Michael, I really liked how you handled, again, it's kind of the subtle things, but like for me, it was picking up on the, like, you were trying to hit the fact you're a werewolf without being too overt about it, and you did a lot of things, and I thought that was really cool. We wanted to intentionally save the fact that he's a monstrous. That's his playbook. He's basically a half werewolf type thing that we have made. We wanted to save that reveal until he would actually reveal it, and man, you did a good job of exercising that. So really, really good job. We teased and teased and teased until it came out, and I liked that a lot. So that's my favorite moments. I'm done with mine. We got a few more to go. Who'd like to go? All right, go ahead. You can start with anybody you want to, but whatever.
I'll start with Jane. The scene where you read the book. Prior to reading the book, the fact that you like followed the rules and showed respect to the higher ups, but then a moment later, we're peeking into the forbidden section of the library, sneaking in, breaking rules. I thought that was a pretty good moment.
That was awesome. I love that. All right. Whoever you want to do next.
For Gideon, what jumps out in my mind is the freaking nunchucks. I
Oh my
completely
God.
forgot about that.
I did too, dude.
And then society.
That's when I was
actually
like, I'm gonna have a hard
pulls out
time.
Some freaking nunchucks.
Yeah.
I lost my shit.
I forgot I had these too. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I will say this isn't a character moment, but I loved the fact that Society and Mad Cow both dressed up too. That was like
That's great.
very happy that you did that. Good job.
That's fucking cool. I didn't
If
expect
I put
anyone else
on
to.
the flannel coat I had, I would just die in this room.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
too hot.
It's too hot there. Yeah, you would melt where you're at. Who else?
For Michael, it was near the beginning when he's like, "Yeah, let's get chicken." It's just like a kind of subtle hint towards he's just like the muscle of the group, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, chicken sounds great." You know,
That was one of
it's
those
like-
things where I was like, yeah, you're hinting at the werewolf thing pretty well without
Yeah.
doing anything overt. You were like, oh yeah, there's meat. You know.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, that was really good. I liked
it was good. You played that really well. And yeah, Lester and then me.
Lester. God, like the whole Dave thing was just freaking hilarious.
That was
It cracked
great.
me up the whole
So
time, every
good.
time. But I think the moment that I
Dave's gonna
favor
like
the most
become a
with him
foil / patron.
is when he's like, "I didn't cross the tape, man.
Yeah.
I
Dave-
obeyed this time."
Dave paused and was
Help
like,
me
I'm
out.
trying to work with you so hard here.
I didn't cross the tape.
Uh,
And then for the keeper, it was how you described the journal that I received in the mail.
oh, okay.
And me just stumbling across like, oh, I have the key on me. I thought that was really cool.
There's a setup for that. There's a whole reason for that. But we'll find out more and more in later episodes. So it's exciting to play through all these little mysteries. Who'd like to go next? Wait, is everybody gone? No, Lester hasn't gone. Well, Mad Cow hasn't gone.
Venom or Lester.
And neither have Venom. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Mad Cow.
Well, for Jane, I really liked the scene when we took Michael to her house the first time,
Mm.
and she was very not happy that we we brought him, and I was trying
That's
to
good.
convince him that it's not a bite, and convince her that it's not a bite, and she's like, what? Yes, it is. It clearly it's like a whole body.
It's a giant
What are
bite.
you
Mark
talking about?
across my chest.
All right, what was your
I
favorite
thought
Michael
that was
moment?
really
That was great.
great. Yeah, I thought just kind of the general whole scene when he saved Lester and he was just kind of walking with the burger, and then just like this scene out of a movie happens essentially around him, and he's just like turns around and starts shooting the shotgun. It's
Well,
like,
it was a revolver.
I guess I got
right?
something to shoot. Oh, the revolver. Yeah,
Yeah,
revolver. Yeah.
I like that you shot it 3
Oh.
times in the face, and then it got back up,
In
and
the
you're like, "Oh
face,
shit!"
yeah.
And you,
Yeah, that was a
And
good one.
the thing that you were like saying was like,
There
"I
was
shot it in the
only
face."
one roll that wasn't an advanced success for me. The whole.
Oh, wow,
game,
yeah.
By the way.
Oh wow.
All right, and
Um,
so what's your favorite Jaeger moment? We do have something to do, by the way, after the favorite moments. Favorite moments are a thing that Dreaded GM started, and I think it's really positive, and I want to keep it up. So, for those at home that are wondering what's
For
happening.
Jaeger, I thought the whole like scene when he was going to the post office and just kind of like knew the lady at the post office, and it was just kind of like this nice little thing that
Grace.
kind of Grace, he kind of like, like you said, he's kind of like this, I don't know, mentor figure, and the way he talks, and then greets people, and then even knows the lady at the post office. It's just
Acts
like,
with authority and stuff.
yeah, kind of that guy around town. Who
What was your favorite
knows
Gideon
everybody's name, and says hi to everybody. Well, Gideon and I are gonna have fun, and I think the way that, like, one that sticks out was like when he was like, I know of a good book, and I was and Lester's like, yeah, we know, and
was
he's
great.
like, I know you know. It was just really good.
That was really good. I love that. That was a great moment.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten for a second about that. That's super funny. All right, and what was your favorite GM moment? Keeper moment, I should say. Gotta get used to calling him the keeper.
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of gonna go back to the Dave thing, that it was pretty funny that Dave was not like a thing, and then I just kind of rolled up onto the scene,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, well, maybe there's a cop there, roll for it. It's
When there were cops there, it was like, well, which one is gonna be? Which one would you know?
Oh yeah,
would you know one of them?
when
And would they not like you? And it was like, okay, well, all right. So there's one that likes you enough to talk to you. And the rest are like, fuck, get out of here. And Dave is like, Dave begrudgingly tolerates you, and then you turn that into this whole thing, which was really good.
Yeah,
I really like that.
It just unfolded
Super fun.
perfectly. Yeah.
All right, and Lord Venom. So you start with whoever you want.
Gideon, I think that was the one when you went into the house with the skinwalker, like, zombie thing. That was really cool. Like, you're interacting, like you doing your whole spiel and like being nervous about what's happening. I thought that was great. Great role playing. Jaeger, I liked your scene with kind of like the first scene where you're going through your shop and like checking the racks and stuff. I think that did a good job of kind of painting your character and like your whole little environment there, setting the stage. Lester, similar thing. Obviously the Dave stuff was really my favorite, but also the first scene you had with Hugh, I guess. I think that pretty immediately painted a picture of like your Flake background, like what kind of character you are, your little world there, like with this other dude, which is cool because a lot of times obviously people like that are loners, so you had this other dude in your little like basement whatever environment. I thought that was cool. I think that kicked things off very well. Michael is kind of the same as Cynical, with like the stuff at the end, especially where you were like hinting at this transformation, and obviously the audience didn't really know what was going on, but I thought I did a good job being very subtle and like just how it would happen on a TV show, right?
It was also really good. I will say for Michael, I didn't mention this before, but I really did like you're gonna meet him midway, like mid-lead over Gideon thing. That was super cool. I was like, well, that's obviously the cinematic thing that would happen. You're right. And so we took the camera and went slow motion with it and had them, had the fight really start proper. That was super cool. I also really liked it during that moment. You guys, all of you reacted because I finally put on like battle music. It's like really pumping, and everybody sort of reacted. It was like, cat jamming to it and stuff.
Can't help it.
But all as far as the keeper, all the stuff with like the flashbacks was very cool. Where like I think that all went really smoothly and was again like fleshed out all of our backgrounds and all of our relationships and illustrated all that without like having to beat people over the head with it. That was very successful, I think. But my favorite scene of the night was again the one with Gideon going to and Jaeger was there going to that house. I thought that was really atmospheric and really well done. Like
That was fun.
it was like you just felt how creepy it was with the way this guy was acting, and it was like living in filth and acting really weird. That was really creepy and cool.
I love that you guys have multiple kind of seeds already planted now. Like within the first episode, we were able to plant a whole bunch of paths for this to go. So it's really
thought
fun
the
to
machine
play.
inside of that fucking Dutch's place was gonna be haunted. Straight up, we like it seems to be moving on its own. I was like, oh great, here we go. I'm gonna start asking about this milkshake machine.
No, it's just like it was just broken. Just a broken milkshake
Yeah, I'm
machine.
glad it was just broken.
I just decided when I made Duchess that they were gonna have a broken milkshake machine, like they were trying to fix, because it's based off of a real place in real life that had a broken milkshake machine a bunch of times when I went there. So,
That's great.
and really good fried chicken, and it was also a truck stop. So anyway, so it's based off of a place in Daleville, Virginia, if you're curious. But forgetting that, moving on to important stuff, we have a couple of questions to ask before we end the session for the evening in its entirety. So I'll pose the questions and we'll all answer them together. Did we conclude the current mystery?
Hell yeah.
I say yes, we did.
I mean,
Pretty convincing.
we have a new mystery.
There are new mysteries, but the current mystery was the solving of what was killing these things, that one werewolf, which you dealt with. So, so yes to that. Did we have someone, or did we save someone from certain death or worse?
That redhead kid. What were they
He
doing
was-
in that place with the werewolf?
I'm not going to explain that to you yet. You'll have to find that out, but you
I
didn't
have
save
some
them.
theories on that.
What's that? We did not save him?
You did not save them.
I mean, in the abstract, we certainly did. You know,
We saved future victims.
yes, future victims.
Shut up.
You're digging the hole deeper.
We stopped this werewolf who was on a killing spree.
It might have
I don't
turned
think
a
we
new
actively
leaf,
saved anyone
not
though.
killed anymore.
Okay, so no.
Yeah. Nah.
Did we learn something
saved
new
them.
and important about the world?
Yes.
First,
That there's
look into
different
the
type
world.
of
So
lycanthrope.
yes, we learned a lot about the world.
Yeah.
the one thing about
Yeah,
living
that's
in
definitely yes.
Hushwood I could never stomach all the damn werewolves.
That's a great line. What's that from? That's definitely from. What is that from?
I looked it up so I got the quote right. That's Lost Boys. At the,
Okay, yeah.
That's funny.
I definitely heard that many times. It's vampires, but yeah. Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters? Absolutely. Absolutely,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Every
That's a
single
given.
one of them.
All right, so that means everybody earns 2 XP for the session.
Yo!
Oh damn.
dang.
You leveled?
What?
Yeah, bro. I did a lot of failing.
How many
today.
times have you
You
failed?
did a lot of failing. Make sure if
3
you can,
times apparently.
you can scroll up and check your rolls to make sure if you failed a roll that you marked it, but that means you rolled a 6 or less.
I failed once.
I didn't do that once. So
Yeah, Gideon did. I think he did
Sucks to be
twice, maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, it
You're
certainly felt like
taking
we
my
did.
kill.
One.
That
We
gives
did
you
a lot
XP.
better, like in the flashbacks.
That's funny.
than in
I
the,
know. And it's like, that shit already happened. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just rolling better in the flashbacks.
Yeah, I see 2 for Gideon,
2 for me. Okay.
and I see none for Michael.
Wait, it's
6 or less.
below how many?
6 or less.
6 or less, and
Oh,
it'll
I think
actually
I
say
have-
at the bottom, make sure to mark experience. It'll say
think I have-
failure.
I think I have 3. There's 2 right next to each other, 5 and 6.
But you just make sure they're not like the exact same thing. Like
Yeah. Because
like a advantage if you roll
Right.
like
he didn't have a
boon.
boon though. I'll go through the whole nine, count them for you again, just to make sure. Let me make sure this continues.
I think I was counting one that was.
No, it's 2.
Okay, yeah.
And I was counting them for Lester. There's 1.
Yeah, I only had 1.
Yeah.
Same.
Okay,
I only had 1.
okay.
Oh, Michael, you did get 1.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, you did get 1. Just 1.
When was that?
An act under pressure. You rolled a 4,
Oh, right. After I shot the thing and just was like, oh,
Yeah.
no, fuck it.
so you got 1.
Did that monster that pinned me
Oh,
up
yeah.
against the wall? Did they have me as a captive?
No, captive is when they run off with you and they're supposed to like
Okay.
to try and track it down. I see what you're trying to do, and that's definitely.
When pre
I commend your effort.
shot the big white guy, the white wolf, and
Mhm.
out of instinct had to run.
All right, how many did Lester have? I saw 1 for sure.
Damn, I just need 1 more and I can level up. That's.
Yeah. Means you'll definitely do it next time.
Oh yeah. I'm also hurt.
Yeah, I mean, we ended the mystery, so you won't be hurt next session.
Oh sweet.
It's not magic. We're just not picking up the next day.
Movie magic.
We'll be picking up a little bit later, like a
Yeah,
couple
I only
weeks or
see one for
something.
Lester.
Well, we
Yeah, I
can
just see the
chat
one.
about like how we got treatment. Like
Absolutely. If you want, if you did it on your
we
own,
would have
and-
needed real help.
During
Yeah.
the flashback with Gideon, when he got hurt and exposed to the what's behind the veil, and we took him to Jane's house, I meant to mention that instead of just watching him overnight in Jane's house, we could have taken him to the infirmary I set up in my hideout.
right,
because
brought them
that was
from picked up
post-Michael
Jane
trauma.
and brought them there. Yeah,
But in the heat of the moment, I just kind of
forgot about it. That's fine.
missed over that, glossed over it.
Maybe you were just freaking out too much about you didn't want to move them anymore or something. So yeah, did anybody level up?
I did.
All right, anybody else? What's everybody at? Just tell me your XP totals.
3.
4, 3, 3, 3. Okay, that's pretty good for the first session. It means you're pretty much guaranteed to level up next session.
Yeah.
All right, Jane. Because you're the first person to do leveling up, I want to do this in such a way that you have the opportunity, if you want to, you don't have to say like, I'm going to do this so we can get people excited about what you're going to do. But if you want to keep things secret and reveal it later, we can do that too. Especially because your character is so involved in the secret society stuff and all that.
I wasn't gonna do anything crazy, so I was probably just gonna like boost the stat.
Okay, that's fine then. So yeah, you don't have to talk about which one that is or whatever, but we might do something in the future where we can like reflect the stats so people can see them. But forget all that for right now. I'm just gonna go to my solo screen here for a moment. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight and watched the stream. Gerbil, Thanks so much for hanging out and talking, dude. You're hilarious. Hopper was here earlier. We had a whole bunch of people show up. If it's your first time here, this is my channel, and we do CoFH RPG here. It's sort of just a place where we hang out and role play with the people from Screen Room and a bunch of others. J5, hey buddy. I'm really happy everybody came out, and I'd appreciate you coming along for the ride that is Hunt. Going back to everybody else here, I just want to give everybody a chance to say goodbye, and we'll go to credits. So thanks so much. Absolutely. And we'll see you next Saturday for episode 2 of Hunt. See you then.